pleasure to welcome you to the 50th anniversary celebrations of Beaconhouse. This is a milestone that, of course, deserves a generous, loud, thunderous applause from all of you. As most of you are familiar with me because of my morning show and my long years in television, but trust me, getting up today and getting ready was almost like going back to school. And it's always a pleasure to come back here at the School of Tomorrow because that learner's mindset, that creator's mindset is what Beaconhouse has instilled in all of us. And I'm a proud alumna, and of course it's a privilege on my behalf to welcome you all to the 50th anniversary. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to begin with the recitation from the Holy Quran.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين.
Jazakallah khairan. Ladies and gentlemen, 50 years. I'm sure this is overwhelming for those who've been attached to this organization for many, many years. We see the founders here, a personal favorite, a mentor, a teacher in every sense of the word, and of course, the legacy, the torch bearer, Mrs. Nasreen Kasuri, is here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, when you look back at something which is as adventurous, as amazing, and as impactful as the Beaconhouse school system, of course, you wonder, was it difficult to take the first step? Was it difficult to imagine how education will be imparted? Was it difficult to imagine a system that will continue evolving, not just for the brilliance of today, but for the genius of tomorrow? That is exactly what the Beaconhouse school system and the Beaconhouse group is all about. And today, as we celebrate the 50 years of excellence and brilliance and evolution, we are rethinking education again. A challenge that we have put ourselves to, a challenge that we have readily accepted, and a challenge that we continue coming back to every year. It's always a pleasure to come back to the School of Tomorrow events, and this is a special edition. We have a much larger, bigger show coming on later in the month as well in Lahore, where the story started. But today, nonetheless, we are here to celebrate and be together. We, of course, would like to know what this journey was all about. And over the course of this day, you'd learn about the various aspects of it. As a student of Beaconhouse, as an alumna, I can tell you that it not only prepared me at the time, but it made me sort of think and look forward to life. I still remember walking into my school every day, being greeted by the vision of it. We had notebooks that told you that you could be anything and everything you would want it. To ignite that kind of a passion and imagination in a child, to tell him or her that anything and everything is possible, and you're in a safe place to actually let go and imagine your best dreams, your wildest imaginations. I remember in grade 3, I wanted to be an astronaut. And by grade 4, I wanted to be a rock star. And all of that was made possible by Beaconhouse. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is for students like me all over Pakistan, hundreds and thousands and millions of us who've benefited from this system. And from all of us, a big, warm thank you to the Beaconhouse group, to all our teachers, who made sure that we carried that vision forward, who instilled in us the best values and the best ethics. When people today get worried about AI and technological advancements, because they say it's a fact that 60% of those in grade school right now are going to go into professions that have not yet been invented. The magic of Beaconhouse is that it prepares you for that unknown. It instills in you the values that will let you take on this not as a challenge, but as an exciting journey that you're most thrilled to undertake. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, may we now welcome the Chief Executive Officer of Beaconhouse Group and learn not just about the legacy, but also about the vision going forward. Please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Qasim Kasuri, the Chief Executive Officer of Beaconhouse Group.
Thank you, Sidra. Sidra just promoted me. I'm actually just Chief Executive of Beaconhouse School System, but I appreciate that. And Sidra, it's so great to have you back here at our School of Tomorrow once again. So wonderful that you yourself are a living testament of what Beaconhouse can do. Mrs. Nasreen Mahmood Kasuri, Chairperson of Beaconhouse, Mr. Khurshid Kasuri and members of the Board of Directors, colleagues, teachers, students, distinguished guests. So great to see the teachers up there. Thank you guys for being here. Good morning and Assalamu Alaikum. It's an honor and a privilege for me to speak to you on the occasion of the Golden Jubilee of Beaconhouse, which is the 50th anniversary of Beaconhouse. And it's all the more special because when we started this Rethinking Education journey, it was from the same hall, which was on the 25th anniversary of Beaconhouse on the Silver Jubilee. So it's great to be back in this great hall to celebrate. I don't know how many of you were there on the 25th anniversary. Can I have a show of hands? Yes. Quite a few actually, wow. Okay, so as you can see, we have been rethinking education for a very long time. And I hope that we continue to do so because as Sidra very aptly mentioned, the future is quite unknown. And I think it's our job as educators to try to figure out how best to prepare kids for a world which frankly may not exist, as in the world that we knew is not really going to exist, and we should not be preparing them for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to take this opportunity to say a couple of things about Beaconhouse, which I feel are important. So prior to the inception of Beaconhouse, schools across Pakistan had been nationalized, and quality education had basically collapsed. Some of you will know that at that point, quality education was accessible only to those people who could perhaps afford the handful of elite missionary schools which had been set up by the British, and that was not very many people. But that all changed in 1975 with Lisonge, and then in 1978 with the introduction of the Beaconhouse school system. It suddenly made quality education accessible to middle-income families. It was no longer that you had to be a somebody to get into a good school. And for that reason, Beaconhouse flourished. And in the early days, I think that each time a Beaconhouse branch or campus was even announced in a particular city, it would fill up before the school was even physically ready. But I think what's even more important is that Beaconhouse has paved the way for so many others, so many other entrepreneurs, so many other teachers, educators. And one, we say this a lot, but there are, there are a lot of tangible examples of this. But one thing I want to share, which I feel is important, is that prior to 1996, nobody took private schools very seriously. When I say nobody, I mean the financial sector. Banks would not give money to private schools or to female entrepreneurs who wanted to open schools. But in 1996, something truly unique happened, which is that Beaconhouse became the first school system or the first school in the world, not just in Pakistan, to receive financing from the IFC, the International Finance Corporation, which is the private sector wing of the World Bank. And this led to the construction of a number of Beaconhouse campuses across the country. But what's more important is that all of a sudden, private banks, local banks in Pakistan, started to look very seriously at education. And they realized that, okay, well, if the IFC has come in, then it's, there's got to be something in the sector that's worth looking at. So there are many, many firsts, that Beaconhouse can be credited for. My mother also realized very early on that there were no trained teachers in Pakistan. And this is, we're talking way back in the 70s and 80s. And so then she and her team managed to get hold of universities in Scotland and in England to come to Pakistan and to train teachers. So in the early days, trainers from the UK would come and train our teachers, but it was soon we realized that's not a sustainable model. So we started to train master trainers in Pakistan so that they could train. And in fact, a couple of them I think are here in the audience with us today. I think Mrs. Ahmed was one of our master trainers from back in the day. So very soon, Beaconhouse teachers became a very coveted resource. And I have to, which also meant, unfortunately or inevitably, that they were poached by a number of other schools. Because no other school had the kind of professional development program that Beaconhouse had. And I think that to this day, I can safely say that that is the case. So while we find it rather annoying at times that we end up losing not only teachers, but also school leaders to other school systems, it's, I guess, also sort of a kind of flattery. And it's a testament to the strength of professional development at Beaconhouse. And I know that many of you in the audience know what I'm talking about because you've been, you're part of multiple training programs in your schools. There's one other thing which I just added to my notes very last minute. I thought that it would be apt to mention this over here. And we talk about excellence and we talk about the success of the Beaconhouse school system, but the proof of the pudding, as they say, is in the eating. So yesterday, so this is like sort of breaking news, some of our heads might already know, Cambridge announced their Outstanding Cambridge Learner Awards. And 57 Beaconhouse students have been awarded 70 awards. Okay? Now this is, and they're all your students. And out of the 70 awards, what's even more remarkable is that 26 of them are top in the world, which means that in those respective O and A level subjects, those kids have topped not only in Pakistan, but they have topped globally. And I think that's truly, truly incredible. 10 of them are top in Pakistan, which means that in that particular O or A level subject, they topped. And a large number of these are in very difficult subjects like mathematics. So we are very proud of that. One is also in biblical studies, is that right? We have a top in the world in biblical studies. I found that quite interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, today there are nearly 400,000 students in the Beaconhouse school system and in our network associates. But I should also add that about 225,000 of these kids are in the educators, which is a network that we are extremely proud of. And the reason we are very proud of the educators is that before the launch of the educators, which was in the early 2000s, um, this, what you might want to call the affordable school sector was highly unregulated. There were all sorts of schools charging all sorts of fees with, basically all sorts of curricula. Um, Educators raised the bar. It raised the bar particularly for schools which were catering to the matric stream, which is the Pakistan national stream. And it transformed this space into a competitive and quality-driven ecosystem. So I think that a huge credit goes to the educators. And as many of you in the audience know, the educators caters to the lower and lower middle income groups, which is a very, very important part of the Pakistan economy. So, ladies and gentlemen, my key message today, if you forget everything else, all the numbers and the awards and everything which I mentioned, the key message today is that the impact of Beaconhouse in this country is not about Beaconhouse. It's about what Beaconhouse has achieved for education in Pakistan. It's about how it has paved the way for many other individuals, educators, women entrepreneurs, teachers, school leaders, what it has done for women's empowerment, um, and basically what it's done for the economy, because these are students who have gone on to gain admission in international universities, international job placements. So I think that this is really the real contribution of Beaconhouse in terms of what it has achieved at a national level. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all of our teachers, school leaders, and support staff, because without you, as I often say, we would just be a bunch of empty classrooms. I think some of you would be probably tired of hearing me say that over and over again, because otherwise it's just school buildings, right? You're the guys who bring it to life. Thank you also to the students, because without you, there is no Beaconhouse. And thank you to the parents of Beaconhouse, because there can be no greater faith that anyone can repose in us than the confidence that we will do a good job with their children and that we will nurture their children. So I think that's the greatest compliment that anybody can pay us. So thank you, everyone. Finally, on this opportunity, I also want to thank and congratulate our alumni, especially because we are starting off with the alumni session. I know there's been a lot of movement in the program for unavoidable reasons, so I really appreciate your patience, but you are truly our ambassadors. And it's so great to see so many of you here today. And I would really like to work with Mr. Ali Khan, our Chief Operating Officer, to further try to strengthen the Beaconhouse Old Student Society BOSS, which is our alumni association. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm about a minute over my allotted time, on behalf of the chairperson and the management, I'm happy to announce that Friday, the 7th of November, will be a holiday at all of our schools. You guys just love holidays, yeah? Even on the 40th anniversary, when we spoke about the off Saturdays, that was the only thing that caught people's attention. Everything else in the speech was ignored. Okay? Forget the 26th top in the world, yeah. But yeah, Friday is a holiday to honor the Golden Jubilee of Beaconhouse at all of our schools. And thank you now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm done. I hope that I will get to see some of you at the Diamond Jubilee in 2050. And who knows, even at the, what is it called? The Centennial I can't even figure out when that's going to be, in 2075. Who knows, with all these advances in biotechnology, some of us might still be around. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Great to have you all here. And thank you, Northern Region, for hosting us.
Thank you so much for that. I'm not even studying or working at Beaconhouse, but the off day also makes me happy. So we can imagine why it has been greeted so warmly. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that most of you are around by that, and this means that you have to up your protein intake and start resisting training right now, because we all have to be prepping up for the years to come. But most importantly, as we are rethinking education, there's something fantastic happening here at the 50th anniversary. As part of the anniversary edition of the School of Tomorrow 18th edition, we are hosting a series of leaders roundtables, which is now going to start. It is facilitated by Tabad Lab. It's an independent policy and advisory think tank designed to ignite deep, solution-oriented conversations on the future of education. Now, each roundtable is framed around a central provocation, and that is, what keeps you up at night when you think about shaping the next 20 years of education? Well, I've got my brother-in-law's voice in my head, and his answer would be tuition fees and inflation, but I'm sure you guys have other ideas, and that's what we're entrusting our roundtable members to do. Ladies and gentlemen, the first roundtable will have the theme as the shifting role of schools in the knowledge economy. The participants, of course, are Ms. Uzma Yusuf, Mr. Ali Ahmed Khan, Ms. Gulalai Khan, Mr. Faisal Aftab, and Mr. Riaz Kamlani. The moderator, of course, would be Mr. Salman Naveed. The next roundtable is themed as Beyond Degrees, Universities in a Skills-First World. The participants include Dr. Mueed Yusuf, Dr. Faiza Mushtaq, Dr. Muhammad Ali, Mr. Nasir Kasuri, Dr. Faisal Bari, and this will be moderated by Mr. Shahab Siddiqui. Now, these are all eminent, illustrious folks, but in the interest of time, I'm just announcing their names, but of course, you're very familiar on what great contributions they've made to this discourse about the future of education. Ladies and gentlemen, the third roundtable is themed as Powering Up the Teachers of the Future. This will include participants like Salma Alam, Amrina Ahmed, Dr. Atar Osama, Dr. Usman Muzaffar, Khatija Bakhtiar, Sherzad Tarar, and will be moderated by Sajjad Hussain. Last but definitely not the least, the fourth roundtable is themed as Bridging the Learning Divide. Participants will include Mr. Fahad Zafar, Isfindiyar Kasuri, Mr. Ali Raza, Ms. Ruqayya Salman, and Ms. Mehnaz Akbar Aziz. This will be moderated by Izaf Farooq. Ladies and gentlemen, these roundtables mark the start of a continuing dialogue that will extend beyond today's event. Insights and recommendations emerging from these roundtables will be compiled and shared with key stakeholders, policymakers, and education partners to inform collective future-focused actions. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give them all a big round of applause as they will now be retiring into their chambers for these roundtable conversations. Taking this conversation forward, can we also take a minute to appreciate whoever came up with the brilliant name BOSS for our old student society. No matter where you go in life, you always emit that boss energy as a beaconite, and therefore we would like to now hand it over to the boss team. They have some wonderful things planned for us. Please put your hands together to welcome Salmeen Ansari.
Thank you very much, Sidra. From one very, very accomplished orator to another, it is a pleasure being here. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you on this auspicious occasion as Beaconhouse celebrates 50 grand years. My name is Salmeen Ansari, and I will be your host for the alumni segment today. I stand here today as a proud Beaconhouse alumna from the Beaconhouse Margla campus, class of 1996. I've spent over a decade behind the mic as a national award-winning radio broadcaster, as a communications consultant, as an executive trainer and an orator, and it is an absolute pleasure and delight to be in the company of such esteemed individuals. Let's start this segment, the alumni segment, by revisiting the incredible story of Beaconhouse. 5 decades of vision and impact.
50 years is not just a measure of time. It is a lifetime of stories, friendships, lessons, and dreams that began within the walls of Beaconhouse. As our alumni look back, they remind us that Beaconhouse was never just a school. It is a family, a foundation, and the beginning of who they are today.
हमारे घर के बिल्कुल stone thrown away was the first branch that opened for Lisonge Montessori.
We were like one of those people who started off with Beacon when Beaconhouse came to Multan.
It was a huge campus और उसके बाहर लिखा होता था कोठी नस्ली. Beaconhouse में this had been a very good part कि वहाँ पर हमने अपने आप को explore बहुत किया.
The confidence to be the person that I am today is I got that from Beaconhouse.
They were giving a very lots of opportunities. There were sports की भी थी, arts की भी थी, trips भी थे.
Extra curriculars तो थी लेकिन जो moral values आपके अंदर build होती है ना तो you learn the much later in life. I kind of learned कि यार ये मुझे कितना फायदा होगा स्कूल में जाने का. Diversity आप बहुत ज़्यादा.
It makes you street smart, a citizen of Pakistan but a global citizen as well.
You're a lot more grounded. आपको realities का पता होता है.
Studying in such a prestigious institution was a privilege.
There was something new that we were doing every day, so I could recall a lot of good memories.
Every year they used to plan a school trip for us, and I think the whole year we used to look forward.
I was in grade 5 और फिर Nescafe basement हुआ, फिर Lux Style Awards आए, वो सारा टाइम स्कूल में था. फिर A levels गई तो वहाँ पे I was the first batch जिन्होंने म्यूजिक का Cambridge का एग्जाम दिया.
I had the best English and Urdu teacher. So my love for languages and then communication, which is my line of work now, came forward in the campus.
National Assembly जब भी होती थी तो मैंने कौमी तराना play करना. So that's where my love for theatre. I used to do plays at the end of the year.
जब मैं stage पे perform कर रहा था और audience reaction मिल रहा था और end पे when they clap for you, तो मुझे लगा था कि this is what actually I want in life आगे जाके भी.
Lisonge, I vividly remember loving art and learning Lappyati for the first time.
Whenever I go to my gallery where I have my certificates, I still remember doing athletics.
I just found a bunch of my old certificates that I got.
I remember getting medals attached in one string and getting them like 4 at a time, 5 at a time.
The school friendships have been the strongest ones that I personally have had over time. There's Salim, there's Bilal, there's Ahmed, we used to call him Mamu, still call him Mamu.
You can go anywhere, आपको कोई ना कोई अपने बैच का junior या senior कहीं ना कहीं मिल जाता है, तो you know everybody in a way.
And it's such a beautiful bond, and I think those friendships, they just kind of stay throughout.
यहाँ पे मेरी birthday मेरे दोस्तों ने surprise birthday मुझे दी थी. If you're watching, Barkat, Hassan Mahmood, all of you, so miss those times a lot.
मुझे अभी भी टाइम में आ रहा है कि O levels का लास्ट पेपर और मैंने इन लोगों को बोला था कि प्लीज मेरा यूनिफॉर्म साइन कर दो. उन्होंने बोला नहीं हम मिलेंगे.
I feel so empowered to take forward that legacy of excellence.
Wherever I go, I always follow and take the legacy of Beaconhouse, what we have learned here.
They have literally molded our life in every way and given us platforms for which we are ever grateful.
I loved being here.
It was one of the beautiful journeys of my life.
These are the roots that we would never want to forget.
I feel now it has become more of a community that is there to support, encourage, and help each other.
I was a Beaconite and I've always felt associated with Beaconhouse.
Beaconhouse is home, it's family.
It's been quite a positive, fruitful journey that I don't think I would have had anywhere else if I had been part of any other network other than Beaconhouse.
I've been able to live a lot of my dreams because of you guys.
I'll always cherish and be thankful to God for the time I spent at Beaconhouse.
No matter where life takes us, a part of us will always belong to Beaconhouse. 50 years of memories, a lifetime of belonging.
What a journey from humble beginnings to shaping generations. Beaconhouse truly stands as its name and its slogan, a beacon of education. But you know what the best testament to success is? The people it has nurtured. Let's meet some of them now through our alumni showcase video, or rather, I think we have another legacy video that we will be showcasing now.
Welcome to the Beaconhouse Alumni Showcase. Shazza Khwaja, Federal Minister IT and Telecommunications. Musa Gilani, Member National Assembly Pakistan. Shazra Said, Assistant Collector Pakistan Customs Service. Rashid Subhani, Second Secretary Permanent Mission of Pakistan to the United Nations, New York. Daheem Hayat, Ministry of Commerce. Zainab Asad Munir, Community Welfare Attaché, Jeddah. Avaid Irshad Bhatti, Deputy Secretary of Finance. Binish Fatma, Chief Traffic Officer and Superintendent of Police. Ikra Ashraf, Director Strategic Communications, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Sardar Hamza Bisharat, Assistant Commissioner, Lahore Customs. Ali Zafar, Actor. Hassan Shahryar Yasin, Fashion Designer. Jafar Zaidi, Lead Vocalist, Kavish. Shay Gill, Singer. Ahmed Ali Bhatt, Actor. Wahaj Ali, Actor. Abdul Hanan, Singer. Hamza Suhail, Actor. Sidra Iqbal, Television Host and Journalist. Saman Ansari, Actor. Faiz Fawad, Fashion Model. Yasra Hasib, Musician. Salmeen Ansari, Broadcast Journalist. Lareb Atta, Visual Artist. Janzeb Shafiq, Founder and CEO, JB & Jaws. Leila Kasuri, Researcher and President Scholar, Imperial College London. Junaid Zahid Malik, Director, Corsa Group of Companies. Ahmed Farooq Latif, Head of Business Development, Asia Pacific, NetSol Technologies. Imran Malik, Head of Digital Banking and Innovation, National Bank of Pakistan. Anis Khwaja, CEO, MG Apparel and Director, Mahmood Group. Marukh Beg, Founder, Haryali Market. Saad Farooq, CEO, EV. Faik Hussain, Head of Design and Visual Experience, Uniworth. Ali Moeen Malik, Co-founder, Easy Bike. Zoon Hassan, Founder, Thali and CEO, 37 Degree North. Muhammad Hassan Sultan, VP Business Development, Thali, Executive Director, 37 Degree North. Balbasha Faizan, Head of Business Strategy, Mass and Connect at HBL. Abdullah Waqar Tajwar, Management Consultant, Beyond Group. Mariam Nusrat, Founder and CEO, Breshna.io. Rizwan Nusrat, Co-founder, Breshna.io. Muazzam Chaudhry, Product Manager, Cloud, Google. Altamash Said, Co-founder and Director, Charity Doings Foundation. Khatija Shapar Bakhtiar, CEO and Founder, Teach for Pakistan. Abdullah bin Abbas, Founder and CEO, Saving Nine. Huzaifa Ahmed, Co-founder, Risk Foundation. Amin Mukati, International Marathoner. Norina Shams, Athlete and Activist. Muhammad Hassan Khan, Cricketer, Pakistan Super League. Saida Nain Fatma Abidi, Cricketer. Shahzeb Ahmed Khan, Manager, Pakistan National Football Team.
Beaconhouse Old Student Society, BOSS, building a community together.
As Sidra rightly said, that boss, whoever the name came up with, boss is very, very spot on, is very, very apt. What an absolute journey and what a wonderful compilation of clips and bringing together information regarding so many accomplished alumni from all across Pakistan and all around the world. From humble beginnings to shaping generations, Beaconhouse truly stands as a beacon of education. Today, we're joined by a few of the remarkable individuals who we call our alumni, and they represent thousands of our alumni community. Let's welcome them on stage for a little bit of gupshup. Our first guest is a proud alumni of Beaconhouse Margla campus, class of 1998. She is the founder of Thali, a not-for-profit transforming surplus food into hope, leading initiatives into hunger relief, education, and community uplift for over 2 decades. She is also the CEO of 37 Degrees North, a creative and experiential agency. At 37 Degrees North, she blends direction with daring imagination, designing powerful events, campaigns, and content that turn ideas into meaningful impact. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Zoon Hassan. Our next guest is a proud alumnus of Beaconhouse, Peshawar Road's Boys Branch, class of 1993. He serves as the executive director of 37 Degree North, where he drives strategy and value creation through innovative ideas, immersive experiences, and creative problem solving. He is also the VP Business Development of Athali, where he is helping expand one of Pakistan's most meaningful social impact movements. Please welcome Muhammad Hassan Sultan. Our third guest is a proud alumnus of Beaconhouse Margla campus, class of 1996, co-founder of Easy Bike, Pakistan's first large-scale electric mobility venture. He is leading the shift towards clean, green, tech-enabled urban transport. With over 2 decades of experience, he continues to redefine how mobility and technology share impact. Please put your hands together from Ali Moeen Malik. Our next guest is a proud alumna of Beaconhouse Margla campus, class of 2012, and a trailblazer in Pakistan's digital banking space. Currently serving as head of business strategy, Mass and Connect at HBL, she has helped shape platforms like Jazz Cash and HBL Connect, advancing financial inclusion across the country. Please put your hands together for Palvasha Faizan. And finally, representing Beaconhouse Margla campus, class of 2012, a Harvard graduate, an education policy specialist at Beyond Group, he has worked with the United Nations and the Malala Fund, championing inclusive learning and youth participation in public policy. Please welcome Abdullah Waqar Tajwar. And a very good morning to everyone. And I will apologize to the audience because the sofa is placed in such a way that my side will be towards you. But I will be addressing the alumni, and hopefully the hand mic is also on, so this should help. All right then, how do you all feel being here today at this auspicious occasion, or itne arse baad at Beaconhouse? Anyone can go ahead with the question.
I think it's like coming back home.
It's like coming back home, Hassan, for you?
Really proud, fantastic feeling. Thank you
Okay,
for having us.
Ali?
Feels great.
Feels great? Okay.
Feels awesome.
All right, fantastic.
I think looking at the students walking right in, it's like a little trip down the memory lane.
Trip down memory lane. Abdullah?
It is a surreal feeling. It feels as if you're part of something really larger than you are. And it's a great feeling, honestly.
It's a great feeling. So Abdullah, we'll start with you. Your work with the UN and the Malala Fund centers on inclusive learning. What inspired you to step into education policy?
I'll be very honest, and it's important to be transparent at this forum. When I was working in Pakistan, my company that I work with is not based in Pakistan, but it has shaped why I ventured into education policy as a discipline. And there are seasoned, of course, policy experts here as well. But the reason why I did that was it was hard to understand how to affect change at scale. Whatever I was seeing in terms of the work that I was doing, we were working in a small startup, it felt that we were only chipping off a small portion of a very large animal.
Okay.
And I wanted to understand how to affect change at scale. And that's why I felt the need to understand education on a policy level, which of course led me to apply to the Harvard Graduate School of Education, and that's what I studied.
So for a lot of people, it may seem abstract, education policy. And what's one misconception about your field that you'd like to clear? And also, what message would you like to give Beaconhouse students who hope to contribute to the Pakistan education landscape?
As I'm sure a lot of the senior people present here today will attest to this, a sound policy is extremely important. Why? Because it sets a clear strategic direction of where you want your system to go to. It also sets in motion pillars of accountability so that you can hold public officials to account for not following through on those strategic objectives. And honestly, making a sound policy means making sure that you engage all stakeholders critical to the landscape of education in Pakistan, from the students to the teachers, to the state, to all the critical stakeholders that fall within that ecosystem. So there is abstraction to it, but a sound policy will certainly help in advancing the agenda of education, advancing it at scale, and advancing it equitably.
One step at a time.
And I think I missed your last question.
What message would you like to give Beaconhouse students who would like to be a part of the education landscape?
Is it okay if I answer this in Urdu?
I think so. I think we should be all right with that.
It's important to be firstly aware of your privilege. आपको चाहिए कि आपकी अना किसी दरवाजे में दाखिल ना हो. This is a very delicate space जहाँ पे you're nurturing future minds. मेरी तालीम एक बैनुल-अक़वामी इदारे ने उसने मुझे यही सिखाया है कि आपके पास एक डिग्री हार्वर्ड की भी है, तो अगर आप किसी कमरे में दाखिल हो रहे हैं, आपने सबसे पहले ये समझना है कि सिर्फ मैं यहाँ पे कुछ बताने नहीं आया, कुछ सीखने भी आया हूँ औरों से. अगर आप इस माइंडसेट से अप्रोच करेंगे एजुकेशन को और किसी भी स्पेस को, you will actually be able to do change that is meaningful. Anything else, quite frankly, will not be sustainable. That's all.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Ali Moin, wonderful to see you here once again.
Good to see you. It's been a while.
It's been a while. Yeah. If you could just have the mic come up to you a little closer.
Yeah, let me just, is that better?
That's much better. Thank you so much. So Beaconhouse has always encouraged students to think differently. And you being a Beaconite have gone through that. So how do you think the environment in Beaconhouse fuels or nurtures the entrepreneurial mindset, because that's what you are pursuing?
Sure. I think back when we were in Beaconhouse, we were always encouraged to firstly question our teachers. I don't know if that's the case now, like in those time we were certainly given the privilege to question them and challenge norms. I think being an entrepreneur is very important to break stuff and challenge very traditional ways of thinking. So this is something I think I probably picked up from my Beaconhouse days, myself, and of course Hadi is my co-founder, is also from Beaconhouse.
Yeah.
So I think this is one of the main things that certainly helped us in our journeys. And then also, I think Beaconhouse was not just a place where you went for education. It's a place you also went for tarbiyat. So our teachers were not only our teachers; they would mentor us in things like the difference between right and wrong. We had an excellent extracurricular program back then. I don't know if that's still the case, but so we were all into sports. And I want to give a big shout out to one of our teachers, Sir Umar Khan, who was in charge of the sports program and all. So that really helped develop this bizarre competitive streak amongst all of us, which I think is very, very important when you get into entrepreneurship, because you've got to get out there and compete with in terms of the finite resources that are available. So I think that's certainly been very, very useful. And then also understanding, having this moral compass. I think Beaconhouse has really helped us develop a moral compass. Of course, हमारे families का भी इसमें बहुत बड़ा role होता है, but right. I think the school went a long way in developing that compass, and that's something unfortunately we lack in Pakistan.
So Taaleem and Tarbiyat, the ability and the opportunity to ask questions from our Asatiza, and then also engagement in all kinds of extracurricular, which also leads me to the next question, that you had the opportunity to be curious, to experiment whilst you were at school also, and that helped pave your path forward. So innovation and the entrepreneurial mindset has become quite popular in Pakistan now, and it's quite encouraging to see that. Like also the concept that investment or companies come from big names, usually, which is not really the case. And I think you'd be able to shed light. So when students from Beaconhouse, if they'd like to build things from a scratch, what advice would you give to them?
It's always, I would encourage them to continue to tinker and try to build stuff. We need builders in Pakistan, as many as we can, because Pakistan does not build anymore like it used to back in the 50s, perhaps in the 60s. So we need more builders. So I would certainly encourage students to start building early, start solving problems, but I would also caution them to solve large problems. Chote problems solve na kare.
Okay.
A lot of times we solve problems that are very, very small, so try to solve large problems, because that really leads to real value creation. And at the same time, entrepreneurship seems it seems very nice from the outside कि ये पता नहीं CEOs हैं और ये पैसे raise कर रहे हैं and they must be living the life. It's a very tough life. So I would actually encourage young entrepreneurs to get a job first. नौकरी करें, learn an art, learn some trade, make your networks, make some connections, and gain some experience. And then when you're close to 30, perhaps get into entrepreneurship. Because I think a lot of people get into entrepreneurship too early.
Okay.
And then inevitably fail, and then they don't go back. So the average age of a successful entrepreneur globally is actually higher than 35.
Okay.
So yes, you could be the next Mark Zuckerberg, but वो 12 लोग हैं पूरी दुनिया में, you can count them on two hands.
All right, thank you very much, Ali. That was a very comprehensive answer. So go for it, but do gain some experience working in established organizations, which will help hone you, nurture you, build a foundation, and then, yes, entrepreneurship. I think it's not for the faint or the light-hearted, but I think we have a magnanimous personality in front of us today who has proved that when you put your heart to it, it started as not just an education, but an entrepreneurial venture to solve such a big problem. And look at what Mrs. Nasreen Mahmood Qasuri has accomplished, and we are here celebrating her vision today, a vision of 50 years. So thank you once again, ma'am, for that. Zoon, you've been leading two parallel worlds, and kudos to you for that. So you're a creative enterprise and a humanitarian also. How did these two worlds come together for you?
Salmeen, actually, one runs our kitchen and the other one runs other kitchens that we help.
Very well said.
So 37 North is all about events, marketing, creative side of things. But I think we also, a very important part that we all like and we want to do is to serve our hearts. And I think thali is something that's been serving our hearts and many hearts. And I think when you talk about running these two things parallel, I want to actually mention two women from my house. One is my Mausi. I think everyone knows her, Aisha Shabir. And then my mother, Rafia Nazish, who was with educators. So I think these two have been, working with Beaconhouse and managing, a side non-profit venture throughout. So I think that was something that led each one of us in the family to do something similar and, just be a little brave with what we do.
All right, wonderful. And yes, due credit to our elders who are part of the system, who paved a way for us, including my own mother also, Mrs. Fauzi Ansari, sitting in the audience today. So thank you for that foundation. Thali ki baat kar rahe hain hum, aur thali is rooted in empathy. Ehsaas, right? So transforming surplus food into hope. I'm sure there were points where you felt it may not work the way you had envisioned, but I'm sure there was also a story which defined what thali is today. What is that story?
Salmeen, that story is, the only thing I think behind that story is the word purpose. Okay. And purpose is what keeps us going. When we really want to do something, and I think this is something I've taken from Beaconhouse. I don't know how it goes these days, but when I was in Beaconhouse, City School and Beaconhouse were India, Pakistan, to be very honest. And we had a cricket match once. I was leading the BMI team, I don't know if you remember. And, so we won. And when we won, that was like winning a World Cup for our school, right? So I think that compassion to keep going, I think many of us have heard, "Ladkiyan cricket nahi khel sakti." Things like that really forced us to keep doing what we wanted to do. And thali is something that I wanted to do since a very young age when I saw a lot of food being wasted at hotels. And, I kept asking my parents, what do we do about it? So my dad said, "Here, we've started this organization. You're the CEO, go run it," right? And I think, but after that, we moved on to perinatal health. We moved on to dental camps. We moved on to medical camps. Just in the last 3 years, we've installed about 400 hand pumps in Sindh. So there's just no looking back. And I think the word purpose is the whole story behind Thali as well as 37 North.
Wonderful, very aptly put. Hassan, how are you doing?
I'm good.
I'd request you to come closer to the mic, please, so the audience can hear you. Thank you so much.
जी.
So collaboration की बात हो रही है, and two creative industries and social causes, again, because you partner in both. How do you feel that the creative industry and the social impact that you're creating are shaping Pakistan now?
Salmeen, I think collaboration is key. Collaboration is where the magic happens, actually. Especially in the creative industry, collaborating with all sorts of artists, producers, entertainers, that's where good ideas come from. That's where you bring out the brilliance of people and projects. And when you bring good ideas with people who are into social impact, that's where another sort of magic happens, because there's a true power with people in the creative industry where they have the ability to shape people's ideas, what they think and how they feel. And when they get people to empathize with a certain situation, when they bring awareness to a situation, again, that's where people can collaborate and make things that are bigger than themselves happen. And I think, that's very important. People, like Abdullah said, it's always humility. You need to come from a situation of humility and be willing to learn from other people, let others take the lead, learn from others' strength. And I think, unless you, even from a creative industry, since we both run 37 North and Thali, we've always found that collaboration is where we've excelled, where we've brought people together. We've partnered with other organizations, and whether that's in the NGO sector or in the creative side. And, it's good to believe, but it's also, then you have to cause impact. And that's where my personal inspiration is that it's a religious wisdom that's in the Quran. Every time in the Quran where it says believe, it says do good work. So always remember that belief is good, but unless you have action behind it, it's pretty much meaningless. So always, I think that's something to keep in mind for everybody, for all the students here, for us. That's my guiding principle, basically, in life.
I think you're telepathic also, because you kind of answered my second question, which was coming also.
Yeah.
But thank you for that. And that was that my question would have been that, what advice would you give to students out there who want to make meaningful change, but as you very rightly put, that humility and understanding what your purpose is to, take things forward.
And find out what's meaningful to them. What is meaningful to them?
Specifically to them.
Yeah, and they should act upon that, and be the change, like the saying goes, be the change that you want to see in the world.
Absolutely.
And see what a good collaboration he's done.
All right then. Palvasha, thank you for being with us. Thank you for being patient. Usually whoever the last speaker is has a lot of weight on their shoulders that they have to close the round really strongly. What first sparked your interest in digital banking in Pakistan? And Beaconhouse definitely shapes and hones us, lays a foundation that helps us decide how we want to take our life forward. So the kind of confidence and communication that is required to thrive in such a complex space, how do you think Beaconhouse contributed to that?
I think it's one of my favorite questions, and the students in the audience might find it a little boring, but discipline and integrity, I think these two things that Beaconhouse really spends time and effort in investing in their children. Those are the two core values which really taught me to venture into the world of finance, because these two aspects of life are extremely important to be successful. Discipline often is boring when you're growing up, especially in your teens, but later on in your life, it just becomes a muscle memory when you have been part of such a prestigious institution like Beaconhouse. And it gears you up for competing at a really different pace from many other people in our country, right? Even globally, I feel people who wake up early, who adhere to timelines, are able to submit things on time, automatically have a competitive advantage to free up space for creative thinking and actually look at the game from another level. For me, it's a game of a lot of logic and resilience. As you said, the industry that I work in is not conventionally related to females. But females also do finance, and that is something that we try to do, because Beaconhouse, as everybody has been pointing out, the boss community really empowers you to act like a boss outside of the school boundaries as well. And that is something which I think school really nurtured for me and for a lot of women who I'm associated to who were part of the alumni as well.
Wonderful. So, because you mentioned right now that it's not very conventional and it wasn't, I think, existent at all till about 20 years ago, about women in leadership in this space particularly. So what's one myth that you'd like to bust about women in leadership in the tech space or in general also? And what advice would you give young Beaconhouse women who want to build their careers in technology, in business strategy, in finance, etc.?
I think the myth is that finance in tech is only for men. And in Pakistan, I think that continues to be the understanding that needs to be fought against, because women are 50%. Women are really good students, really good career professionals, and they have a lot to offer in this industry as well. So I dream of a world where women are bankers, mothers are bankers, and they continue to provide strategic roadmaps for Pakistan's economic growth. Because I feel that there are a lot of things, there is a lot of greenfield opportunity that's up for grabs, and it just needs a different perspective. And when you bring diversity into the workforce, diversity of thought, academic backgrounds, leadership, gender, even from religious minorities, automatically the conversations in those meeting rooms and boardrooms change a lot. And the way that you view profitability and new opportunities change a lot. As the CEO of Beaconhouse pointed out as well, that IFC took a bet on the education sector, and that opened such new roads, and it was a woman's dream at the end of the day, right? So when you think about the scale that female leadership can bring into this industry, I would want the students sitting here, the women sitting here to dream of equal opportunity and to advocate for that, because the path to that is not going to be easy. But if we all collectively think about pursuing finance as a career, which is a really stable career for women as well. So I really don't understand why we have fewer women coming into the profession, because I think these are stereotypes that are associated, that bankers or finance career professionals are supposed to look a certain way. But a suit can be worn by both genders, right? And we can look the way that we want. So I would want future females to, and Gen Z to be specific, to claim space, to come and disrupt the industry, because there is a huge opportunity for disruption right now. Thank you.
Very well said, Palvasha. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, with a lot of respect in regard to our teachers who were male teachers, but majority of the teachers who we were nurtured by were female. And I think the responsibility or the example that we see in terms of leadership in all our female teachers from a very young age all the way up to when we graduate and become alumni, I think we are very privileged to have that opportunity, because having a class of 20 or 25 or 30 students and making sure that each is taken care of and tended to and, learns in the best possible way, and it's another story how they manage their 2 or 4 at home. But leadership, I think, has been instilled in us. So a big round of applause to all the teachers of Beaconhouse. Thank you very much to all our alumni who are with us on stage and who are in the audience also for sharing your memories. It's very heartwarming to see how Beaconhouse and its spirit stays with you. You are doing exceptionally well. Please keep making us proud. And as I request you to kindly take your seats, and as we come to the, thank you very much, to the end of the alumni segment. I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Beaconhouse once again. 50 years of learning, leading, evolving, and 50 years of seeking the light. Speaking of spirit of Beaconhouse, there's one person, one magnanimous person whose vision and determination made all of this possible. Ladies and gentlemen,
thank you so much for laying the foundation for Beaconhouse school systems and for laying the foundation for my personal career as well.
आपने बहुत साल पहले एक बहुत छोटे से सेटअप से स्कूल स्टार्ट किया अपने घर से. It is one of the biggest organizations
in Pakistan's education system. It is a Guinness Book of World Record holder, if I'm not mistaken, and it is a pride and joy for all our alumni around the globe.
Mrs. Kasuri, thank you. Thank you for your vision, for your courage, and for creating a place where dreams like mine could grow. I owe who I am today to you and to this beautiful institution. Congratulations on 50 golden years of changing lives, including mine.
I hope that you keep on continuing your legacy of excellence and providing top-notch education to the people of Pakistan.
आपने बीकन हाउस जैसा एक प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट किया at a time when it was the utmost need of the country.
I think the passion she has for creating educational system much better than what it is right now for Pakistan and creating more brighter minds which can take Pakistan forward is something which is really close to my heart as well.
She is what you call an epitome of an entrepreneur, and out of all of the inspirations that I've had, she is probably in the top 5 that I look up to in how to build a business and how to do it, having to build a sole enterprise. I want to really extend a very deep, heartfelt thank you to Mrs. Kasuri, who has been what you call a real inspiration and a true symbol of women empowerment. I've created friendships and memories for life, and these friendships have lasted till now. They are still a part of my life.
I would like to extend and thank Mrs. Kasuri for giving us this opportunity to be part of this great institution, and which has helped millions to shape their lives.
It has been an instrumental part of a lot of our lives, especially all the 130K plus alumni from Beaconhouse.
Beaconhouse has been very close to my heart. It has been a home away from home.
I myself turning 50 this year, and so is Beaconhouse, so feels a connection.
Beaconhouse has been very supported, especially when it comes to the creative side. As they used to say, we love to sing, we love to write, we love to draw and spell. Our lovely handwork, you should see we paint and draw so well. So here I'm doing the painting and drawing.
We are all together for the collective progress of our country, and those values echoed in me when I joined the civil service, and they echo in me every single day that I work for the betterment of our country.
And all the mentorship that I received in this very important time of my development. So thank you so much for creating that space for shy students like me.
So thank you so much, ma'am, for your effort and for your vision of putting this amazing institute जिसने हमारी life को reshape किया है for decades and decades to come. I wish Beaconhouse school system happy 50 years.
I love you, Beaconhouse, and I'm forever grateful to be a Beaconite.
And here's to 50 more.
But we don't have enough words to put our thoughts to it. Hats off to you. और हम आपको खराज तहसीन पेश करते हैं उसके लिए. अगर ज़िंदगी रही तो I would definitely want to be part of the 100th celebration.
Your light has guided us for 50 years. May it illuminate the next century with the same grace and brilliance. Happy 50th Beaconhouse.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of every single person who has been part of the Beaconhouse group and the Beaconhouse community, Mrs. Nasreen Mahmood Kasuri, aapka tahe dil se shukriya. May we please have a standing ovation and a huge round of applause for the one and only Mrs. Kasuri. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be breaking out for tea, so all audience members who are seated in the hall, we have arrangements for tea, which I'm sure everybody will enjoy, and then we will continue with the rest of the program. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the alumni segment. A huge round of applause to the team, the alumni team, who's put this fantastic segment together. Bahut bahut shukriya aapka.
what would you guys say to teachers if they're not getting high quality work?
Check, check. 1, 2. One, two, check. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly be seated as the Honorable Chief Guest is now about to arrive at venue. Once again, may I request all the ushers to please bring our distinguished guests back in the hall and please kindly settle down so that we are about to begin. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly be seated. May I request our ushers and our students to guide our guests back here in the convention center, please.
Arrival नहीं है, he is about to come, please settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly be seated as our chief guest is about to arrive at venue. May I once again request you to kindly be seated as we're about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the next 2 minutes to begin our program. May I once again request you to kindly be seated as we are now about to begin. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, may I request all our ushers to also speedily escort our guests to fill this convention center. May I request you kindly settle and be seated.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly be seated as our honorable chief guest has already arrived at venue. May I request you all to please be seated so we may begin our program.
Ji, can everyone please be seated quickly? The chief guest is waiting. We're waiting to bring him inside, so we can't bring him into an empty hall. So it would be great if everyone can take their seats quickly. I know the tea is delicious, but it's really not. So, yeah. Huh? No, they're all coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest has already arrived at venue. May I once again request you to kindly be seated as we are now about to begin our program. We are short on time, so once again requesting all the organizers and ushers to escort our dear guests in, and please be settled as early as possible. Thank you. I thank you for your cooperation. Thank you for your cooperation, dear guests. May I request you to kindly be seated as our chief guest is already here at venue and we'd like to begin shortly. May I once again request you to please be seated.
Somebody upstairs. Can everyone please be seated? The chief guest is waiting outside and he has to leave soon. So it would be nice if we could walk a little bit faster.
We'd really appreciate your support. request the organizers to please close. You to kind Ladies and gentlemen, the founders and the leadership of Beaconhouse School System will now be welcoming our honorable chief guest. May I request you to give him a big round of applause as he enters as a welcome. And then, of course, we'll be proceeding with the national anthem and the recitation from the Holy Quran. This is to apprise you of the flow of events that is to follow. Ladies and gentlemen, our honorable chief guest for the Golden Jubilee of Beaconhouse School System, Sayyid Yusuf Raza Gilani Sahab, the acting president of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan and the former Prime Minister of Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to kindly rise for the national anthem of Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. This flag of the crescent and the star, let it be a symbol of our progress and our excellence. Borrowing from the words of the national anthem, ladies and gentlemen, I am Sidra Iqbal, and once again, we welcome you to the Golden Jubilee anniversary and celebrations of the Beaconhouse School System. We are very honored to have amongst us as our honorable chief guest, Sayyid Yusuf Raza Gilani Sahab, the acting president of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan and the former Prime Minister of Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, joining him at the head table is, of course, Mr. Khurshid Mahmood Kasuri, the former Foreign Minister of Pakistan, and of course, our very own Mrs. Nasreen Mahmood Kasuri, the chairperson of the Beaconhouse School System. We'd like to formally begin this ceremony with the recitation from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين.
Jazakallah khairan. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am Sidra Iqbal, and it's my pleasure and my privilege to once again welcome you to the Golden Jubilee celebrations of Beaconhouse School System. This comes in with a special School of Tomorrow 18th edition where we're rethinking education. And as we welcome our distinguished chief guest, I must also draw your attention that there is another reason why, and there's another connection that he has to the Beaconhouse School System. Anybody who's related to the field of education can tell you that there's a holy trinity. There's a triangle that must be completed. There is the student, the educator or the teacher, and of course the parent. And together they form the bond that can truly inspire and educate the generation to come. So as alumna of the Beaconhouse School System, I represent the students. Mr. and Mrs. Kasuri, as the educators and the founders of the system, are here. But the unique connection that our honorable chief guest also has is that this is the alma mater of choice for his own children as well, as Musa Gilani is also an alumni of the network. The legacy that we are celebrating, since morning we've had some wonderful conversations with the alumni members, but sir, we'd like to begin this particular segment with a video journey, a short documentary, a short film that encapsulates the vision, the values, and the future of the Beaconhouse system. Let's take a look.
Today, we celebrate 50 years of Beaconhouse. A journey that began in 1975 with 19 children and one belief, that quality education should be accessible to as many as possible. It is this belief that has guided our work for 5 decades across Pakistan and beyond, from the early years to higher education, from the professional development of teachers to the introduction of international examination systems, and from diverse classrooms to global communities of lifelong learners. With quality as our compass, Beaconhouse has grown from a single school to nearly 400,000 learners, one of the largest education networks in the world. From this foundation, the Beaconhouse Group emerged as an evolution of the same vision, a vision that extends beyond education into technology, renewable energy, retail, and hospitality. Yet its purpose remains unchanged: to improve lives through knowledge and innovation. Over the years, our progress has always carried with it a sense of responsibility. The Beaconhouse Group has sought not only to grow, but to contribute by strengthening the communities it touches. As we enter our next chapter, Our journey is guided by 5 commitments: sustainability and environmental leadership, accessibility and inclusion, student well-being, community engagement and outreach, and digital transformation. Together, they define the direction for the future, a future shaped by innovation, integrity, and purpose. As we mark our 50th year, we look ahead with the same spirit that began our story. Our course set by the same light that has guided generations before us, ready to imagine the next 25 years of progress. Beaconhouse Group. Vision 2050.
Seek the light has always been the motto and the vision statement for Beaconhouse. And that light has always been our guide. Today, as we celebrate 50 years, we once again put that out as our vision, that inclusive, accessible, quality education for Pakistan and for the world is what Beaconhouse promises. Ladies and gentlemen, it all began with the commitment, dedication, and the idea of our founder. She indeed is not just the chairperson for the group and the founder of the largest privately owned education system in the world. She has transformed private education in Pakistan and has set new benchmarks of quality, accessibility, and innovation. Her contributions have been recognized both nationally and internationally. She was awarded the Sitara-e-Isar in 2006 by the government of Pakistan for her humanitarian work, the Women Power 100 Award in London in 2012, and the Fatma Jinnah Award in 2014 for her services as a social sector entrepreneur. In 2022, the Sustainable Development Policy Institute honored her with its Living Legend Award. And in 2025, she was awarded a fellowship by the Education Leaders Forum for her transformative role in education. Her journey over 5 decades reflects resilience, foresight, dedication to education, and to excellence, qualities that continue to inspire generations in Pakistan and around the world. May I now request you all to give a thunderous ovation to our wonderful chairperson of the Beaconhouse Group and the founder of the largest privately owned education system. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Nasreen Mahmood Kasuri.
Excellency Syed Yusuf Raza Gilani, Acting President of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Assalamu alaikum and a very warm welcome to everyone, to all our distinguished guests, respected ministers, distinguished partners in education, members of the diplomatic community, colleagues, friends, and a very good morning and a very warm welcome. It is a rare privilege to witness an idea to endure half a century. Together, we gather not only to mark an anniversary, but to honor a belief that has carried us through 50 years of change, that learning can open hearts, expand minds, and help create a more caring world. Beaconhouse did not begin as the organization that it is today, but as a hope that every child should be able to get quality education and learn with dignity and joy. We started in my grandmother's home with a few children, actually 19 to be exact, and committed teachers grew gradually, though through trust and perseverance, into something larger than any of us could have imagined. A lot of people ask me sometimes that did you see Beaconhouse the way it is today when you started? And to be truthful, no, I didn't. It was just a small school, and I didn't think that it would grow to this size. 5 decades later, that small school has become a community that spans nations, but our essence remains the same. Education remains both our passion and our responsibility. Our growth isn't measured only in numbers or campuses, but in the generations whose stories have been interwoven with ours. Beaconhouse today represents all stages of learning, from the child discovering letters to the graduate stepping into the world. Each stage is linked by a shared culture of curiosity and care. In every era, our direction has been set not by trends, but by the values that define us. 3 decades ago, our value statement affirmed the right of every individual to realize potential in a caring environment. The conviction continues to guide our course, to honor the child and to listen and guide with patience. To honor the teacher is to invest in her growth and well-being. To honor the community is to recognize that learning does not stop at the school gate. It begins there and flows outward. The world our students inherit is shifting faster than ever before. Education must adapt, but it also must anchor. Our task is to blend progress with principle, to embrace new ideas and technologies without losing touch with the human connection at the heart of education. At Beaconhouse, we continue to encourage young people to question, to create, and to lead with conscience. We prepare them not simply to find work, but to find meaning, to use knowledge in service of others and of the planet we share. As we prepare for the decades ahead, we remain anchored to 5 guiding commitments. Together, they point the way forward, not as a target to achieve, but as principles to live by. Pakistan is one of the countries that is worst hit by the ill effects of climate change. We have seen evidence of this with the damage caused by the floods this year. The nation has to find solutions to this global threat collectively. We must learn to follow and live by simple rules that can be incorporated in our daily lives, like conserving water, relying more on renewable energy, and developing habits of reuse and recycling. Let us all work together to save our country and also our planet. Our students must be ambassadors of this message. They must carry it to their immediate families, larger communities, and wherever they go. They must practice what they learn at school and practice what they preach. True progress is never solitary. It carries with it the duty to uplift, to include, and to give back. We must all understand and believe that if we are to progress, we must endeavor to carry everyone with us. Over the years, we have endeavored to widen access to that quality education. That quality education is not a privilege, but a shared right. We have reached out to the marginalized community as much as our resources have allowed us to do. With the launch of the educators in 2002 and the United Charter Schools in 2020, and through our community partnership, we have sought to extend the promise of education to those who need it most. This year has seen 150 students from underserved communities join our not-for-profit university, the Beaconhouse National University, where all their living expenses and tuitions will be covered by the Beaconhouse schools, while education will be covered by the Beaconhouse National University, a not-for-profit tertiary education initiative, thank you so much, initiative sponsored by the Beaconhouse schools. We were the first to step forward to undertake the management of public schools in 2016, a project introduced by the then Chief Minister of Punjab and now the Prime Minister. Our sister company, PDLC, currently manages 54 public schools where exam results have consistently been outstanding. We will be extending this service to even more schools when the government invites us to do so. Our environment and social initiative reminds us that learning and compassion must grow together, that the measure of success lies in the difference we make beyond our walls. These commitments are not new ambitions, they are the natural expression of who we are and have always been. The real history of Beaconhouse has always been written by its people. Generations of teachers, heads, and staff have turned vision into daily care. Many joined as young educators and grew into leaders who in turn shaped thousands of lives. To them and to the family who entrusted us with their children, I offer my deepest gratitude. They are the quiet architects of this 50-year legacy. To mark our 50th anniversary, several of our campus facilities will bear the names of some of those whose services and dedication have shaped our journey. We have in the past also honored those whose length of service and contribution to the Beaconhouse has been exemplary. Today we list out another 13 people whose names were suggested by a special formed committee consisting of some senior members of this organization. It is my great pleasure to announce the following names. I will, lest somebody think that some of our older people were not honored, but we have already honored in the past Mrs. Ruhi Haq, Mrs. Rabiu Zaman, Musarat Mirza, Shehzadi Mirza, Mushtaq Qureshi Saab, Mr. Muhammad Akram, Mr. Hafiz Mazhar, Yasmin Akil, who's here this morning, and Mrs. Amina Kader. We now move on to the new dedications, and they will by no means be the end. If your name is not in this list, please don't think we will not honor you. We will honor you. But these are people we will be honoring today because they have been recommended by a committee which was set up. I start with the southern region. It's Zahir and Nuzhat Kadwai. Nuzhat passed away. Zahir is there, but they were the ones who introduced technology into Beaconhouse. Mrs. Humaira Mustafa, I don't know if she's here or not, but she was an amazing principal. She was really amazing. She was principal of two. You take her to a failing school, you put her there, and that school will start working wonders. And Mrs. Rifat Nasir, I would have wanted some of these people to be here today, but anyway, she was also amazing. Then we come to the northern region, Silvat and Rizwan Ali. Rizwan was the regional director. Sylvie was the principal of our kindergarten for the longest, and my friend also. Mr. Shujat Mahmood Malik, who built many of our campuses. Mr. Saeed Rawat, who passed away in service, and Mr. Danyal Kasuri, who gave up a banking career to join Beaconhouse. Then, of course, we have the central region. Mr. Khaja Shafiq Ahmed, Mrs. Naveen Shahid Bhatt, and Mrs. Bushra Parvez. Southeast Asia is Mr. Jahazeb Shah, who died on duty, but served us very loyally, with great dedication. So, ladies and gentlemen, he served us for 21 years, but in every case, it's not always the length of service that we have taken into account, it's also the quality of service. By the way, I forgot one name, and if I don't give that name out, I think I will probably not get any dinner tonight. And that is a name suggested by one Mr. Nasir Kasuri, and that's Fawzia Rizwan. So, Mr. Jahazeb Shah, he's former director and RD Southeast Asia. And then we have another two dedications. one of which has been suggested by the committee and one of which I've come up with because I felt it's my right to come up with at least one or two dedications. One is Mr. Ahmeddin Chaudhary, who taught me that 2 plus 2 is equal to 3. And it took me years and years to understand why 2 plus 2 is not 4 and why it's 3. But Mr. Ahmeddin Chaudhary was the first finance director, and he was there for, I don't remember how many years, but he was incredibly effective and everybody was scared stiff of him. And then, of course, the name that I'm coming up with, which nobody thought I would come up with, and that is somebody who's helped Beaconhouse in many, many ways, even though he hasn't always been an employee of Beaconhouse. As an employee, he's not been there that long, but he's contributed in many ways, and that name is Mr. Nuruddin Ahmed. So that's, those are the dedications. But like I said, that those are not the last. There are a number of other people who are on our list. And as we go along, we will honor them. We will honor teachers. We will honor a lot of other people. We began as a family and we remain one, although now a much larger one, connected by shared purpose, strengthened by trust, and united in hope. May the values that once inspired a small school in Lahore continue to harbor our aspirations, light our way in the years ahead. And before I end, I would like to thank all those who have worked tirelessly for the last many months to make this event a success. Thank you all, and God bless you. And thank you, sir, for coming and honoring this occasion. It's very important for us. It's our 50th anniversary, and I can't believe it. So I've decided that I should also be 50 years old as of today. Yeah? Please, and forget the years before 50. They don't matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Kasuri. If Fab at 50 had a face, it would be Beaconhouse today. Ladies and gentlemen, as we acknowledge the number of people who have tirelessly worked with all of dedication to make Beaconhouse the astounding success that it is today, we must also acknowledge that it is more than just a school system. It is an institution of leadership at every level, from our classrooms to our school heads. Each one has been inculcated with this strong sense of community and civic sense, where you learn to serve, and therefore, sometimes, yes, 2 plus 2 can be 3, but we are taught that 1 plus 1 can be more than 11, because we are taught to synergize and come together for impact. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very honored that as we create the leaders of today and tomorrow in the school system, we are joined by the acting president of Islamic Republic of Pakistan. May we now take this honor of inviting him for his address to this august gathering. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Sayyid Yusuf Raza Gilani, the acting president of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, for his address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Khurshid Mahmood Kasuri Saab, ex-Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs. Ms. Nasreen Mahmood Kasuri Saiba, Federal Ministers, diplomats, distinguished Beaconhouse management and educators, students and parents, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It is a privilege to return to the School of Tomorrow SOT platform as the chief guest once again. 15 years ago, in 2010, when I stood here as Prime Minister of Pakistan on the occasion of Beaconhouse 35th anniversary, I described education as the heartbeat of national progress. Today, as Beaconhouse celebrates Golden Jubilee, that heartbeat is stronger than ever, resonating across Pakistan and beyond. From a modest beginning with just 19 students in 1975, Beaconhouse has grown into one of the largest school systems in the world, educating nearly 397,000 students across 6 countries. This is not just an institutional success story. It is a national story of vision, perseverance, and transformation. I pay tribute to Mrs. Nasreen Mahmood Kasuri, whose foresight and dedication have redefined the educational landscape of Pakistan. Her leadership has not only raised standards, but also inspired countless women to step into leadership roles, establish schools, and contribute to a vibrant and diverse education sector. The ripple effects of this vision are felt in classrooms, in communities, and in the economy of Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's SOT event, Rethinking Education, could not be more timely. The world is changing at a pace never seen before. Technology, artificial intelligence, and shifting global realities are reshaping how we live, work, and learn. In such a world, education cannot remain static. It must evolve, it must prepare our children not only to make a living, but make a difference. Beaconhouse has shown leadership in this regard. From early childhood education to Beaconhouse National University, from Concordia colleges to international campuses, it is built a complete ecosystem of learning. Through initiatives like the Educators, United Charter Schools, and Homebridge, it has extended opportunity to families across Pakistan, ensuring that quality education is not the privilege of a few, but right of many. I am particularly encouraged by Beaconhouse's embrace of innovation. As Pakistan's first Google reference school, it has pioneered digital learning, project-based education, and AI-powered classrooms. Its Spark Tank incubator is nurturing young entrepreneurs at an age when most are still discovering their talents. This is the kind of forward-looking spirit that Pakistan needs. Equally inspiring is Beaconhouse's commitment to sustainability and social responsibility. From tree planting drives to recycling campaigns, from scholarships from deserving students to support for children with special needs from the Mahmood Ali Kasuri Welfare Trust, to the Lighthouse Orphanage, Beaconhouse has shown that education is not only about knowledge, but also about compassion, equity, and care. To the teachers of Beaconhouse, I say, you are the nation's builder. Your passion is your preparation, and your passion are shaping the future of Pakistan. To the students, I say, keep asking questions. For questions are the engines of progress. And to the parents, I say your trust in education is the greatest investment in the destiny of your children and of this nation. Ladies and gentlemen, as someone who has served Pakistan as Speaker of the National Assembly, as Prime Minister, Chairman Senate, and now the Acting President, I have always believed that education is the foundation of national strength. During my tenure as Prime Minister, we worked to modernize and expand education, aligning with the demands of a changing world. Today, as Chairman Senate, I carry the same conviction. Pakistan must pivot education towards science, technology, innovation, and critical thinking. We must empower teachers with training, equip classrooms with modern tools. We must ensure that every child in every corner of Pakistan has access to quality learning. Education is not a privilege. It is the foundation of our progress, the guarantor of our democracy, and the promise of our future. Our founding father, Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, once said, and I quote, "Without education, it is complete darkness, and with education, it is light." Education is a matter of life and death to our nation. The world is moving so fast that if you do not educate yourselves, you will not only be left behind, but will be finished up. No sacrifice of time or personal comfort should be regarded too great for the advancement of the cause of education. These words remain as true today as they were at the birth of our nation. As the Beaconhouse looks ahead to its vision 2050, it sets a powerful example how integrity, innovation, and equity can guide the future education. The private sector, when guided by purpose and social responsibility, can play a transformative role in shaping the destiny of nations. Let us therefore commit together to have Pakistan. Every child can learn well, live with dignity, and lead with character. Let us build an education system that not only keeps pace with the world, but helps shape it. Beaconhouse, on your golden jubilee, I congratulate you. May the next 50 years be defined by courage in ideas, excellence in delivery, and equity in outcomes. Thank you very much. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Once again, your presence makes us very proud, and of course, your words of encouragement indeed light our way. You have, of course, been a steadfast advocate for education and youth empowerment and have consistently championed learning as a cornerstone of national progress and driving force behind a more inclusive and enlightened Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to present a souvenir, a memento, to mark the golden years, the golden jubilee anniversary of Beaconhouse School System, and we'd like to present it to the Honorable Chief Guest. May I now request Mrs. Nasreen Mahmood Kasuri, the chairperson of Beaconhouse School System, and Mr. Khurshid Mahmood Kasuri, the former Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs, to present this souvenir to our Honorable Chief Guest, His Excellency Sayyid Yusuf Raza Gilani Sahab, the Acting President of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Sir. Thank you very much for your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our honorable chief guest. The chief guest had a very busy schedule today, yet made time for us and will now be departing for his other appointments. Ladies and gentlemen, Sayyid Yusuf Raza Gilani Sahab, the acting president of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Thank you once again for your presence and for honoring us by being here at the Golden Jubilee of Beaconhouse School System. Ladies and gentlemen, this is years of dedication and hard work that has now culminated as an important milestone. This is just the beginning. We're just getting started. Inshallah, in 2075, you will probably be, some of you will definitely be here for the centennial. As I said, more protein and more resistance training for that. Once again, let's give a big round of applause to our honorable chief guest. May I request you to please stay seated. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a moment that we've been waiting for. We have a brilliant keynote speech lined up for you. And our speaker is a globally acclaimed educator, a best-selling author, and one of the most influential thinkers on human leadership and organizational transformation. He has authored several internationally best-selling books, including Change and Simple Thinking. He has worked with extraordinary range of leaders, from elite athletes to former US President Barack Obama. Named as UK Business Speaker of the Year 3 times, he has spoken on some of the world's most distinguished platforms, including TED and the RSA and the BBC. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very honored to have amongst us Mr. Richard Gerver. Please welcome him for his keynote address.
Hello, everybody. What an extraordinary honor it is to be invited to the best 50th birthday party of the year. I don't know if any of you remember, but I first had the privilege of speaking with you at a Beaconhouse conference in Lahore in 2010. And I know what you're thinking. I don't look a day older now than I did then. Thank you. So look, I haven't got long with you, but I want to share a couple of thoughts. And I want to start with the reflection of, in the 15 years since I last had the privilege of being with you, how fast the world has changed. I don't think that 15 years ago we could have imagined how the world would look today. And it is at the heart of this conference, I think, the theme of the change, of the future, of how we prepare our children for it. And by the way, as I stand here humbled in front of you today, I'm looking at a legacy of the past, the present, and the future, not just of Pakistan, but looking at the alumni we've seen here today. We're looking at a legacy that is changing the world for the better. So to all of you that have worked at Beaconhouse for a short period of time or for a long period of time, thank you for changing the world for the better. So the good news for me about the future is that it doesn't have to be complicated, and it doesn't have to be scary. And in fact, I think the answer is right before our eyes. I think the question we need to be asking is not how do we develop the education system to prepare young people for tomorrow. It's actually how do we harness the power of young people so that they can lead us into tomorrow. Let me explain what I mean. When you think about it, we are born learning machines. We're born adaptable. We're born capable of making extraordinary changes, of living every day as if it was our first, of not knowing what the future holds. I remember when I trained as a teacher, one of my lecturers saying to me something that I found fascinating then and I still do today. I don't know where his percentage came from, but his sentiment was so potent and powerful. I remember he said to us, Richard, you know, we learn somewhere between 70 and 75% of everything we learn in our lifetime before we're 5 years old. Now, just think about that for a minute, because I'm not talking about the knowledge that comes with experience. But if you think about that first 5 minutes, first 5 years of our lives, we learn, most of us, to walk and talk, to understand vocal intonation, facial expression, body language. We learn to make sense of the sensory world around us. If we're born into a multilingual home, we pick up and learn to speak every language in our domestic environment. We are learning machines. We cope with the challenges of not knowing, of not understanding what the future holds, but of adapting to it by the minute. And so at the heart of that lies the future, our future. It lies in what Beaconhouse has stood for half a century. It lies in the harnessing of curiosity. And don't just take my word for it, because I want to, in the few minutes I have with you left, tell you about two people I've met since we were last together, who have really helped me to understand what that looks like. The first was a remarkable scientist that I met in 2017. His name is Barry Barish. Barry Barish won the Nobel Prize for Physics in 2017. A remarkable, remarkable man, a genius. And I asked him when I met him what he was looking for in the research scientists he brought into his team who went on to win a Nobel Prize. And he smiled at me and he said, you know, Richard, that's a good question. And I just want you all to remember that a Nobel Prize winner has told me I asked a good question. He said, I'll tell you. He said, we were very lucky. We had a lot of funding for a research program. We had enough funding for 138 full and part-time researchers. And I said, and how many applications did you have? He said, we had over 3,500 serious applicants. I said, before we go further, what do you mean by a serious applicant? He said, Richard, these were people who had at least 2 doctorates to their name, each. Now, I don't know about you. I've got one. And mine was an honorary doctorate, and that was hard enough, and I didn't have to do anything for it. I said, so how on earth did you go from 3,500 of the world's most recognized scientists to 138? He said, that, Richard, is the secret. He said, the problem in research science, and I think it's pretty much true in any walk of life, he said, the problem is, the more successful you become in science, the further up the ladder you go, the more narrow your focus becomes. And if what you're trying to do is to shift a paradigm, to innovate, to challenge convention, then no matter how brilliant those scientists are, if you put them in the same room and they've all had the same experiences, they will breathe increasingly stale air. What you need to challenge paradigms is people that think differently and who have had different experiences, who bring to the table and to the conversation a world you didn't know existed. He said, so when we were looking to recruit our team, their qualifications were almost irrelevant. He said, what mattered was the story behind their qualifications. He said, when I was interviewing people, I wanted to interview people who fascinated me. I wanted to interview people who had experiences in areas I didn't. I wanted to meet people who enjoyed travel, who enjoyed sports or the arts. I didn't just want to talk to scientists. In other words, he said, what we were looking for were three-dimensional people. Now, we've already heard today from your extraordinary alumni that one of the things that marks Beaconhouse out is not just its academics and its curriculum, but it's its extracurricular program. And you have to fight hard, not just to preserve it, but to extend it, because that's where the three-dimensional people of the future are going to come from. And then he said to me, Richard, let me explain the way we recruited in 2 caveats. And the first, I hope, is something you may use moving forward in your conversations as you look to evolve Beaconhouse for the next 50 years. He said, what we were looking for, Richard, were people who had the courage to challenge the beauty of the proof. Now, let me just let that sit for a minute. How do you, as educators, prepare the next generation so that they don't accept knowledge and wisdom, but they challenge it? Because the point is, if all we do is accept what we already know, nothing will change. We will elegantly prepare our children for a world that no longer exists. So how are you going to prepare generations of people who have the courage to challenge the beauty of the proof? And the second caveat matches that, because he said nobody made it onto our team if they didn't have the ability to ask stupid questions. Now, we could argue all day whether there is such a thing as a stupid question, but we know exactly what he means. How do we generate a generation of young people in our classrooms that don't sit there quiet for fear of being judged for what they might say or what they might ask or what they might think? How are you creating young people who have the courage to ask stupid questions? And that leads me on to my second meeting, which in my introduction was very generously mentioned. Because in 2019, I had one of the proudest moments of my career. And that was to spend some time with the former United States President, Barack Obama. And I had maybe 10 minutes with him. And I asked him a simple question. I said, what do you think is the most important thing you learned during your 8 years in the White House? And he smiled that smile. And he said, I'll tell you, Richard. He said, when I was first elected, and in the period of transition between November and January, when I would be inaugurated as president, he said, I suddenly realized that because of the post I held, I would be able to ask and invite the world's greatest technical experts in every field imaginable to come and work for me. The greatest technical economists, the greatest technical scientists, the greatest technical experts in political thinking, in technologies. He said, but when I look back on my 8 years in the White House, when I reflect on that remarkable time and the problems that cross my desk, he said, what I realize now is that actually virtually none of those problems were technical by nature. When you strip them back, what you realize is they were almost all founded in humanity. They were about love, anger, jealousy, greed, hatred, fear, tribalism. He said, and what I urge people to think on now is this: the world is incredibly complicated and uncertain, but the answer does not lie in technical solutions. We have to understand and act on the human condition that lies underneath it. We have to think about the human condition first. And that, as I leave you, is what I urge you to remember about the complexity of the future. The answer has always been in the miracle that we give birth to, our children, their imagination, their curiosity, their emotion, and the way they see the world as human beings. It's what you've done for 50 years. It's what you will continue to do for the next 50. Congratulations, Beaconhouse. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I'm wondering if that was thunder and what happened outside is rain. It sounds like it, and we're all very intrigued by what's happening outside. So we're going to take a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a fantastic opening to the Golden Year celebrations, the Golden Jubilee celebrations of Beaconhouse School System. Thank you very much for that support. I'm always counting on my Beaconites for that love and support. We're going to break for lunch right now, but we shall resume, and we have some fantastic speeches and presentations lined up for you. Once again, thank you very much to all of you for being here. Bon appetit, and we shall resume and be back here in about an hour. Also, we've had several other dignitaries and serving ministers who have been a part of the audience. We will be sending them a small token of our appreciation for their presence and participation as a memento and souvenir to mark the 50 years of excellence of Beaconhouse. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you back here shortly.
easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how AI makes complex work simple. With ClickUp,
Sensodyne Repair and Protect, ये दांत के sensitive areas पर एक tooth-like protect
आज पाकिस्तान में हर 10 मुस्लिम
की कहानी में है एक न्यू
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd request you to please be seated. We are about to begin with the afternoon session.
सेंसोडाइन अब एक ब्रेक थ्रू
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We are about to start.
वाले बुनियाद से बने 1 लीटर सिर्फ 270 रुपए में, जिसमें है आयरन प्लस।
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Raum Salim, your host for the afternoon. As we reconvene, a warm welcome to our 1,000 plus attendees joining us for this session, colleagues, leaders, and partners from across the Beaconhouse network. This segment honors those who stand at the heart of every great school, our teachers. It's my privilege to introduce Ron Berger, a globally respected leader in education. Widely known for inspiring schools around the world to cultivate learning that builds quality, character, and citizenship at its core. Ron currently serves as Senior Advisor at EL Education, a leading non-profit organization that partners with public schools and districts across the United States to advance professional learning and develop open educational resources. He is the author of several acclaimed books, including An Ethic of Excellence, A Culture of Quality, Leaders of Their Own Learning, Transformational Literacy, Management in the Active Classroom, Learning That Lasts, and We Are Crew. A former professor at the Harvard Graduate School of Education, Ron also founded and directs Models of Excellence, the Center for High Quality Student Work, home to the world's largest collection of exemplary K-12 student work. Before his academic and advisory roles, Ron spent more than 25 years as a public school teacher and master carpenter that earned him the Autodesk Foundation National Teacher of the Year Award. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Ron Berger as he shares his keynote address. Beautiful work, inspiring and cultivating brilliant student work. Mr. Ron Berger.
Thank you, Rome. I am so honored to be here with you all today. This is my first trip to Pakistan. I just arrived yesterday. And I have to say, there's no place in the world where I have traveled where people have been more gracious. I had the gift yesterday of visiting 2 Beaconhouse schools, and the students were so happy to be there, so excited to share the things they're grappling with and learning. It was an inspiring day for me and made me feel like I am so lucky to be in Pakistan. One of the best graduate students I ever had at Harvard University in America, Miss Salma Alam, returned after her time at Harvard to Pakistan. And when I arrived yesterday, I thought, she's somewhere in this country, but I have no contact for her. I'll have no way to find her. I know she's in education. And then an hour or two ago, she came up and introduced herself to me because she's here today. I'm so proud to have an educational leader here in Pakistan as one of my students from Harvard University. So I want to thank you all. I want to thank the Kasuri family for your amazing legacy of work. And I'm here to talk to you about my passion, which is beautiful work. And when I say beautiful work, speaking to all of you teachers and leaders and students, I'm not just talking about aesthetically beautiful work. I'm talking about beautiful work in mathematics, in history, in science, in literature, beautiful acts of kindness and consequence in the world, things that are done beautifully. And that's what I think can change the world. So when I travel around the world, people are always saying to me, Ron, if we only had a little bit more time with our students, if we had more days in the year, if we had more hours in the day, then we could make them smarter. And I'm here to tell you, that's just not true. So if we want children, all of our students, to do better, increasing time in the classroom is not the answer. There is only one international measure of student performance. Pakistan is not a part of this measure. It's the PISA test. It's given to 15-year-olds in many countries, over 100 countries. Pakistan doesn't happen to be one of them, so you don't need to worry about me sharing anything about Pakistan's results, good or bad. But all the countries in the world are ranked by this one test. This is what it looks like. Every time they rank the schools, every country gets upset with where are we on the international rankings. But here's the interesting thing. This chart, which you can't really read from where you are, but I'll try to interpret it for you, has the amount of hours students spend in the classroom on the x-axis, the horizontal axis. The further off to your right, the more hours in school. On the y-axis, the vertical axis, is how well those countries do on the one international exam, the PISA. If there were a correlation between those two, the graph would easily go up with a trend line. There is absolutely no correlation in that graph. And in fact, there are countries on the very far left on the x-axis who are the highest performing countries in the world who spend the least amount of time standing in front of students. So if there's no correlation between the hours students are sitting listening to teachers and how smart they are, how well they do, why are we here? Like, what are we talking about? It's not about the amount of time students are in the classroom. It's about how we use the time we have with students. And that's why I was so pleased to be in Beaconhouse schools yesterday, where I saw students and teachers alive with passion for their work, using their time well. We often say, well, these students just don't happen to be motivated. They're not passionate. That just, maybe it's their family, maybe it's their neighborhood. I don't think that's true. I think every student in the world is passionate about learning and very metacognitive and insightful about their learning. It's just that it's not always about the learning that we're compelling them to do in school. That happens when there's a public performance in some way of their work, when they feel like there's a purpose for their work, as Richard shared this morning. These are some of the kinds of things where I see students being passionate. So when I go around the world and speak to students, I meet individual students and I say, tell me something you're passionate about, that you're learning right now. And they tend to use examples like this. They'll say football, robotics, Model UN, debate, dance, theater, cricket, chess. They are passionate about these things. And then, if I ask them about their learning in them, they are passionate to talk to me about their learning in them. How do we get that same kind of passion connected to kids' academic learning? It's by giving the opportunity to have that learning have a purpose and be public. Making learning public, making a performance as a part of learning, and focusing on beautiful work. Let me give I'm going to give you many examples of beautiful work today. Examples from all over the world, because like Richard, I have this gift of being able to travel around the world and meet inspiring educators and students. But I'm going to start as an example of beautiful work from yesterday at I-9 School, right here in Islamabad, when these two students interviewed me for their podcast and had researched my career and asked me more thoughtful questions than most adult podcasters do. I work for a nonprofit organization called EL Education, based in the States. It's about educating for a better world. We had two different places for our origin. We were born from a marriage between Harvard University and Outward Bound, the wilderness organization that's focused on character. And so our vision of education is three-dimensional, not one-dimensional. Just like Beaconhouse, we believe we want to create smart human beings who are also good human beings. And so when we say three-dimensional achievement, we mean mastery of academics as well as character and achievement. And high-quality work, the quality of work students do. When our students, all of you who are there upstairs, when you are done with schooling and enter your adult lives, you will be judged by two things. There are two ways we will value you: the kind of human being you are and the kind of work that you do. It will no longer be about exams. It will no longer be about artificial school measures. The quality of your work and the quality of who you are as a human being is how the world will judge you, how the world will value you, no matter what job you take. When we looked at the impressive alumni of Beaconhouse schools this morning, all kinds of jobs, it's not about what job they chose, it's about the integrity and the quality with which they do that job. And you think about this without thinking about it. So if you go into surgery, you hope your surgeon is really good at what they do. If you get on a plane, you hope your pilot is really good at what they do. If you call a plumber or someone to help you at your home, you hope they are really good at what they do. It does not matter whatever profession or trade you go into, having that quality of work ethic makes all the difference in the world. That's part of my obsession with beautiful work. When I talk about high quality work, I don't just mean attractive work. I mean work that has complexity and craftsmanship and authenticity. And when students do work that they are deeply proud of, it changes who they are. It gives them a new belief and a new sense of their potential. So I am fortunate enough to travel around the world and meet students. These are students in the Bronx of New York City who have done project work that's so beautiful that they have these kinds of faces, these faces of pride. Like, can you believe I did this? And for me, no student would say, oh, my exam scores were good, and have that look on their face. This is, I created this. I made this. This is my work. And that student will never settle for less in her life now because she knows she's capable of that. I met students yesterday at a Beaconhouse school that did work like this that they were so proud of. And I saw public displays of student work at Beaconhouse schools right here in Islamabad that were incredibly well done and public. This is sharing work with the world. This is making work a performance that students can be proud. I did this. This is my work. So I want to take you on a journey to some different places in the world where I've seen beautiful student work and share some stories with you. I'm going to start in the United States, in a state called Idaho. It's a rural state. This is what the view is from the front of this elementary primary school. Here's the project I want to describe to you. Students in this school were paired with a local animal shelter where stray animals are brought in. And if they're adopted, it's great. If they're not adopted, they're killed. Each student was paired with an individual animal. And so, their job was to get that animal adopted. They couldn't adopt it. Their parents or grandparents that they live with were not going to say, you can bring home Freddie Mercury. However, they learned the story of the animal they were paired with and then drew a compelling portrait of that animal to make a poster to be put up in town. And along with that poster, there was a poem that they wrote about the life of that animal. And so the poem and the photograph and the portrait they had drawn was put together on a large poster, and those posters were put up all over this farming town in places where people had to wait, like doctor's offices and dentist offices and motor vehicle registry sites. And so all day long, people would look at pictures like Bella the dog and read the poem about Bella's life. And you can imagine what happened. Within days, the school started to get phone calls. Freddie Mercury was adopted. Angelina was adopted. And every time a phone call came into the school, the principal, the head teacher of the school, stopped school, went over the loudspeaker, and made the announcement of what animal's life had just been saved by the work of a 9-year-old student in this school. And the students in the school stood up, they cheered, and they cried. And I went to this school because I thought, I need to meet those students who did that beautiful work. I met those students who were 10 years old, and I said, what did you learn from this? And they said, Mr. Berger, we learned if we did beautiful work, we could change the world. We've already saved the lives of animals by the quality of our work. Thank you. I said, why didn't you just take photographs of these animals? Why didn't you just take a picture of Bella and put it on the poster? And they said, Mr. Berger, in America, there's always pictures of lost cats and dogs that people stick on telephone poles. Nobody looks at them. They said, we needed to handcraft a beautiful portrait with eyes that made you love that animal, a hand-done piece of artwork that would stop people and make them think, oh my gosh, look at Bella. I want that dog. And we did draft after draft after draft of those portraits and showed them to our friends and got critique because we watched the movie Austin's Butterfly and we knew how to do that. And that's why our work was powerful. Not just because we had the idea, but because it was beautifully done. So, of all the things I've done in my career, and I've been in education for 49 years, this one 5-minute video is the way most people know me and all of my work. But I'm okay with that. I'm going to show that video now. Some of you have seen it because if you ask a musician to come on stage and they don't play their greatest hit, it's disappointing. And then I want to tell you about other schools where this video was shown and how it's impacted their work. So, here's the video, Austin's Butterfly, that's over 10 million views right now. I'm sorry, we're going to have to wait a second till we get sound working with that.
Boise, Idaho. And in his class in Boise, Idaho, they were studying butterflies, and he had to do a project.
Thank you.
What would you guys say to teachers if they're not getting high quality work? Could they learn something from this? And what would you say to them that they could do differently in their classrooms? This is a story called Austin's Butterfly. And it's a true story about a first grade boy, and his name is Austin, and he goes to school, or used to go to school, in a town called Boise, Idaho. And in his class in Boise, Idaho, they were studying butterflies, and he had to do a project. His job in first grade was to draw a butterfly, and this is the butterfly that he picked. Austin had to use this photograph as his model, and he had to draw an accurate scientific drawing of this butterfly. This is called a tiger swallowtail.
I knew it!
Can you tell, Toby, why it's called tiger?
Because it kind of has the stripes of the tiger right there.
Good. So here was Austin's job. He was supposed to do a scientific drawing of that butterfly. But remember, Austin was only in first grade. And you know what he did? he forgot to look like a scientist carefully. He got his paper and he just started to draw the image of a butterfly that he had in his head. And he wasn't looking like a scientist, and so this is what he drew.
Whoa.
It's not bad, and it is a butterfly, but does it look exactly like this?
No.
No, it doesn't yet. It doesn't look exactly like this yet. And so they didn't look at this and say, good, Austin, you're done. They said, Austin, good start. Now we can start giving you critique so you can do a second draft and make it better, and a third draft and make it better, and you can make it much, much closer to this. And he was ready to go. All of the first graders in his critique group sat on the floor like you guys are, and they decided to split their advice into two kinds. First, just the shape of the wings. And then when the shape was right, they'd give him advice about the pattern inside the wings. Alia, what would you say?
You can make it much pointier.
Good. These wings could be much pointier. Who else would add something? Atak, what would you say?
About the angle, because, not to be mean, about
Yes.
the angle, it's just not exact, so...
Okay, so show me. Come on up here, Atak. Show me what you would ask him to do slightly differently.
Like to make it a little longer.
Longer where? Draw where you would do it.
Right there.
Okay, so pull this out longer.
Yeah.
That's very specific, Atak. Thank you. Jamila, what would you say?
It's like triangle.
Good. Jamila, I love that. So you're saying more like a triangle shape. And I agree. Well, you know what? Those first graders came up with most of those same ideas. And you know what Austin said? He said, okay, I'll go try. And he went back to his seat and he drew this.
Wow.
Does this look more like a triangle?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did he go out further, like Atak was suggesting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did he add some jaggedness here?
Yes.
Like Cindy? Did he get rid of that bottom thing?
Yes.
So he did listen to his friends and he made it better. It's not perfect. Toby, what would you say?
I'd say don't put those little tail things so pointed in. I'd say put them more pointed down.
Good. Okay, and Ethan, what would you say?
I think you should make the wings like this, not like this.
Okay, he listened to his friends and they said, this is really a lot better, Austin. That second draft really is better.
Yeah, maybe you can make a third one.
Good, maybe he could make a third draft.
Yeah.
And so he did this draft.
That's his third draft.
That's his third draft, Hadley. That's just right. Elijah, what do you notice there?
Well, one wing's more pointed than the other, and that side is a little bit higher than the others.
Good. Coburn?
Right here, it doesn't have the inside thing still.
Ah, okay. Needs a little bit more of that notch. So, do you think maybe he should do a fourth draft?
Yeah.
Well, that's just what he said. He said, shoot, okay, I got round again. I'll go back and do a fourth draft.
He listened.
He listened. Does it look more even like Elijah was suggesting?
Yes.
Yeah, and does it look like it's coming out a little sharper, like Cindy was suggesting? And like Attack was saying, it's a little, the angle looks a little better. So now Austin was feeling really good. He said, am I ready to add some pattern? And they said, okay, why don't you try adding some of the pattern? And he did.
He's good at it. He is so good.
And then they said, Austin, you're ready for color.
Really?
Let's look at his last draft.
Wow.
And what do you think? Did it come out really good?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about how much progress he made? And Tak, what would you say about his progress?
He made like a lot of progress. He persevered doing it. His friends were honest with him.
What was it about the kinds of advice that they gave that allowed him to get better each time? Hassan?
Well, they told him what was wrong about it.
Did they say it's just wrong, or were they more specific than that?
They were more specific, but they weren't mean about it.
Great. Hadley?
He made 6 drafts.
And so is that something that other kids should learn from? What should we learn from that?
We can make other drafts if it's not right.
Good. So if it's not right, you can keep doing more drafts to make it better.
You just don't use things in your head. You want to use a sharp eye.
Good. He used the eyes of a scientist. Great.
So I want to give you a quick update. there was a very thoughtful student in that video named Atak. He was from Somalia. He was a 4th grader, 10 years old in that video. He's the one who said, not to be mean, but it's just not quite right. And he's the one who said, he made a lot of progress. He persevered when he did it. That thoughtful student did some brilliant work in his middle school years. And so when he turned to a high schooler, the age of some of you that are in the audience up there, I asked him if he'd be our keynote speaker at our National Educational Conference in America to speak to 1,200 people. He gave a speech to 1,200 people. It was his first time in his life leaving his city, his first time in his life being on an airplane. And he said, Austin's butterfly has been the metaphor for my life. If I get advice from my friends and my teachers and my family, and I keep trying to make myself better, I can become a better human being. I don't have to settle for an early draft of myself. It was beautiful. I've stayed in touch with Atak, and he's just graduated from university. So proud. So, all over the world, people have reached out to me and said, oh, we used Austin's butterfly, and I want to share with you what our students did. So some high school students from Barnsley, England, had watched Austin's butterfly. This was during the pandemic, and their high school was right next to a hospital. And the students wanted to do some service because during the pandemic, people were dying in the hospital and their loved ones couldn't even visit them. So they went to the hospital next door and said, how could we help? And the leaders of the hospital said, could you do something to raise the spirits of our staff, our nurses and our aides and our doctors? They are so dispirited, they are so saddened to be losing so many people to COVID. And so the students met the staff and took their pictures and then did portraits of each staff member. And each portrait was done by a student in a medium that they chose. And they framed those portraits and hung them in the entryway to the hospital. So now when you enter the hospital, if you're a nurse or you're an aide, you see your picture framed as a hero. An amazing, amazing piece of work. Everyone chose art, and they did draft after draft to honor those heroes. But then the students said, we want to do something for the patients of the hospital too. So sitting at a distance, they interviewed patients. And they said, is there anything we can do for you as patients, isolated in the hospital here during COVID, when you can't see your loved ones? And they said, well, there's a blank wall in our hospital that we walk by every day. Could you paint something to brighten our spirits? And so the students painted a mural of the downtown of the city on that wall, so that every day when the patients walk by that wall, they see this beautiful scene of the downtown of their city that they may never see again. Those are the students who painted that. I want to tell you about a school right near where I live in Massachusetts of the US, where students did beautiful work, and it has amazing results. Their school is in a city with high poverty. There are 8 high schools in this city, and 7 of them are failing. 60% of students are graduating, but 40% are dropping out before graduation from high school. But this school is graduating 98% of its students on time, and 100% of graduates have gotten into university for the past 18 years consecutively. 18 years in a row, every single student has gotten into university. These are low-income students from poor families whose parents did not go to university. How the heck are they doing this? Well, they have a morning group called Crew, an advisory group, where they meet every single day. It's a support group, but an accountability group, where students are in a family where they're held accountable to succeed. So it has that family care that I saw in the Beaconhouse schools yesterday. The relationships between teachers and students, just like I saw yesterday in Beaconhouse schools, are very tight and close. No students anonymous in this school. And they have the chance to do beautiful work. Let me give you one example. The students created a report for the city called a green print, a blueprint for a greener city, a more sustainable city, like Beaconhouse stands for. Students were trained by city engineers to go into the schools all over the city and do testing to see how much energy was being well used and how much was being lost. They tested boilers, they tested insulation, they tested appliances, they tested the lighting. They did all the testing that the professional engineers in the city did because the engineers taught them how to do it. And then they created a report for the city that asked the city to invest $156,000 to renovate the school buildings. And they did a cost-benefit analysis, and they guaranteed the city that if it invested this money within 5 years, they'd be saving money. All the money would be made back, and the energy savings would more than pay for every renovation they did. They gave this report on a television press conference, and so the mayor of the city couldn't ignore it. The mayor got very upset. He went back to his staff and said, now I have to respond because they were on television. I'm going to look really bad if I say the students are wrong. I'm going to look really bad if I don't invest the money. What should I do? And his staff said, we read their report. We think they're right. Our engineers trained them. We looked at their math. Their math looks right to us. You should invest the money. So he held a press conference on television, and he said, we're going to invest $156,000 to make our schools more energy efficient with new light bulbs and new appliances and new insulation and new window treatments. And we're going to save all of you taxpayers money within 5 years. Then he came to the school and got on stage and said, you students better be right about this. And the students were a little scared. Within 2 years, they had saved more than $160,000 US. They had made all their money back within 2 years. Every year after that, the city was saving money. The mayor then came back to the school and he said, we just set aside $250,000 to have you inspect all of our city buildings so we can renovate those as well. And the students are still going around to city buildings and acting as adult engineers because they are invested in beautiful work with a purpose. That's why 100% of those students are getting into university every single year. I want to bring you quickly up to the mountains. This is very much like North Pakistan, except our mountains are not nearly as big. But some of you who've been to the north of Pakistan know what I'm talking about the beauty of these mountains. So this is a little rural school up in the mountains in America. And this school serves two kinds of people: local indigenous people who have a reservation, Paiute Indians, and ranchers. So basically, you're either a cowboy or an Indian in this school. The kids don't fight. They get along really well because they're committed to beautiful work. But it's the white cowboy students and the indigenous students all working together, and they share the passion that Nasreen Kusuri spoke about today for protecting the environment and stopping pollution, because the ranchers believe in it and the Native American Indians believe in it. And so those students are outside all the time doing original research to protect the environment where their rural school lives. It's a beautiful thing to watch. And when I walk through the school, everywhere I go, there's beautiful work on the walls. The walls are like a gallery, like an art museum or a science museum of beautiful work. And that work goes through multiple drafts because all those students watched Austin's Butterfly, and none of them are willing to settle for a first draft. Their work is beautifully done. And they did an amazing thing a few years ago. The girl in this photo is named Alice Piper, and 100 years ago, She was an American Indian student, a Native American indigenous student who was not allowed to go to a white school. It's a terrible part of our history as a nation. But back then, all Native American Indians were sent to schools like this, where they were taken away from their families, their hair was cut off, and they were beaten if they used their native language, and they were beaten with sticks if they followed their native faith, their religion. Because at that time, people in America thought we need to make these children white and Christian. This young girl, Alice Piper, and her family sued to allow her to go to the school that the white children went to instead of this boarding school. And it went all the way to the Supreme Court, and she won. And she was the first Indian student in America to attend, Native American Indian student in America to attend a white school. So, there is now a statue of her in front of that school where she attended. That statue was done by students. They raised the money and created the campaign to have a sculptor make this statue. And last year, they hosted a symposium for Native American Indians for all over America to attend a celebration of 100 years of civil rights and social justice in America. This was student-run. That's beautiful work. And those students are being the first in their families to go to university because of their pride in their beautiful work. I'm going to bring you quickly to Washington, D.C., which has a lot of beautiful buildings, but also has a lot of homeless people who don't even have a place to live. And I want to show you this group of young students who were worried about the problem of homelessness in their city. And so they had homeless people right around their school. And as part of their project on homelessness, their driving question, just like the driving questions I saw in all the project-based learning classrooms I went into yesterday in Beaconhouse schools, these students were, what can we do as young people to help the homeless in America? And the first thing they did was they got blankets, they got food, they got things to help the people right outside their building. But they told me even more than that, we met them and we learned their names. And we spoke to them every morning. And they became human to us, not scary. And then they decided, we learned that homeless people lost more than their homes. They kind of lost their identity. And so by learning their names and talking to them every day, we gave them some happiness in every day. And so they created an ABC book of homelessness and made 100 copies of it and distributed it to kindergartens all over Washington, D.C., where every page is a letter of the alphabet and a message about the homeless. L is for lonely. I'm lonely because people don't notice me. And then they drew a picture of loneliness. So 100 copies of this book were read aloud or read by kindergartners all over D.C. A young boy named Clarence was in that classroom, and I said to Clarence, "What's your page in the homeless book?" He said, "Mr. Berger, my page is H is for heart. Homeless people have heart because they help other homeless people." And I said, "Do you think your project on homelessness made a difference, Clarence?" And he said, "It made all the difference in the world, Mr. Berger." And I said, "Tell me more," because there were still homeless people around his school. They hadn't solved the problem. He said, "The homeless people are our friends now. And every morning we look forward to seeing them, and they look forward to seeing us. Everything has changed." And I thought, what a beautiful perspective. So Clarence said, "Mr. Berger, you're a little bit famous, so can I give you a copy of our book so you can talk about it around the world?" And I said, "I would be happy to share your book, Clarence." And then I came back in the spring, and Clarence said, "Mr. Berger, a more famous person than you came to our school," and I gave him a copy. So I'm more excited about that. And I said, "Who is this famous person you gave a copy to?" And he said, "It's the president." So Richard just shared with you that right after President Obama's inauguration, Richard was able to meet with him and speak with him. And I, over lunch, learned that story, which since President Obama was a personal hero of mine, I was so envious. Clarence got to meet the President and First Lady and gave him a copy of the Book of Homelessness. And I just thought, that's the coolest thing in the world. He is way more famous than I am and way more important, Clarence. I'm so happy for you. So I was in the school recently, and I was walking down the hallway, and this young man came up to me, and he said, Mr. Berger, and I said, I'm sorry, do I know you? And he said, it's Clarence, it's me, Clarence. And I said, you mean H is for heart? Homeless people have heart, Clarence? And he said, you remember my page. I love that. I said, what are you doing here now? He said, I teach here now. And I thought, I love it. I love it that he's now a teacher at this school. What a beautiful arc. So for 28 years, I was in the classroom before I was at Harvard. And I live in a small town where there are not people paid to do things. There is no paid workers because it's rural. And so I had my students do the work that paid scientists and engineers and people in other towns do. So we weren't sure if there was water pollution in my town. So I had my students, these are 5th and 6th graders, so 10, 11-year-olds. I had them trained at the university to test every stream and lake in town and test to see if there was water pollution. They created maps about how things were, and they created a report for the town about the pollution or lack of pollution in every stream or wetland in the town. That report is still hanging up in the town hall of my small rural town. And the young man on the right wearing goggles, I want to show you him today. He's now an emergency room nurse in the city nearest to where I live. After university, he went into science, just like I would have hoped. And we weren't sure if the water we were drinking was safe to drink. So my students went back to the university and they learned how to do well testing, water testing, using an inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometer. People said to me, how can you let 10-year-olds run a machine that costs $500,000? And I said, oh, if I put a 10-year-old and you on a couch and I gave you a new video game, who would learn it faster? And everyone says, oh, the 10-year-old would definitely learn the video game faster than I. I said, why is a mass spectrometer any different? You don't think these 10-year-olds could learn how to use that mass? They were like, oh yeah, I guess you're right. These students ran a mass spectrometer and tested everyone's water in town to see if there were dangerous elements. And they sent a private letter to everyone who lived in town, including my wife and I, who now have a water filtration system because my students discovered problems in my own drinking water. And this report went out to everyone in town, and it turned out we were the first town in the state that had a comprehensive picture of groundwater. And so we got requests from all over the state, and students had to print and staple and mail copies of this report to cities and towns all over the state. While they were 10 and 11-year-olds, they were running a nonprofit business in my room, giving the results of their scientific studies to the world. That young woman, Elena, I want to show you today. She is now a teacher in New York City. Makes me so proud to watch these students, like the alums we saw this morning, grow up to do great things in the world. We didn't have a playhouse for the kindergartners, and so my students designed and built a playhouse for the little kids in my school. That is beautiful work. That young man standing in front of the playhouse became a carpenter. I saw him in the lumber yard this year. He said, Mr. Berger, I just finished a house. Do you want to see it? So I got in my truck, he got in his truck, I followed him, and he showed me this house that he had just built. And he brought me inside, and I thought, he's learned a little bit since I taught him carpentry when he was 11. That's beautiful work, that kind of craftsmanship. In New York City, there are students at this school where 100% of graduates are also being accepted to university, and it's the most diverse school in the entire city of New York. Every different nationality from all over the world is represented in that school. And they do graduate level science when they're in high school. I have a video for this. I'm going to skip that video for now. But I will tell you that it is a great example of when students are doing beautiful work. We'll go right through these. Anything is possible. When students are passionate about things in their life, it's amazing. So now in my work, I go around the world and I meet a student and I ask them, what's something you're passionate about? I asked a young lady today of 9 years old what she was passionate about over breakfast. I won't out her by sharing what she shared, but I have a lot to learn about. I had to learn about it a little bit right away from her. Whenever I ask a student what he or she is passionate about, they're so excited to tell me. And then I say, okay, given that thing, here are 3 questions for you. What are you good at? What are your strengths in that area? And they can immediately tell me, whether it's football or cricket or chess or Model UN or drama or dance. They're like, oh, this is what I'm good at right now in football. And then I say, what are the things these are the things I'm not good at yet. Every student can tell me that. And then I say, what's your growth edge? Because that's my biggest interest. What are you working on getting good at right now? And they can tell me exactly. Whether it's chess, whether it's dance, whether it's video games, doesn't matter. They can tell me, this is what I'm working at getting good at on the guitar right now, on the violin right now, in my debate right now. This is in my robotics. This is what I'm working on right now. And that's so exciting for me. That's what I want students to be able to do when you ask them about their mathematics or their writing or their history or their science. That kind of passion. So I'll just go through a few quick examples. When I was in the Bronx, I met all these students who brought work they were proud of. I met a young man named Taj who was working on his early writing, and he was so excited to share his growth as a writer in 1st grade. I met this girl as a 5th grader, Jacqueline Tolentino, who's working on the beauty of her writing as a 5th grader. And she specifically said, my growth edge is the opening and closing of my pieces. And the closing of her piece, hence, Esperanza's story is not only one of a privileged young girl's reversal of fortune, but also starting over. I thought, wow, Jacqueline, you are working on your growth edge and already getting good at it. Thank you. And now Jacqueline is a 7th grader, and when I met with her this year, still working on her writing. I met Larissa Valdez, who's working on her drawings and trying to figure out how to figure out her identity through her drawings. And her series of drawings were powerful as herself as a city kid, herself as a skater, herself as an artist, herself as a musician, herself and her connection to her faith. All of these drawings were her working out her identity. Who is she as a human being? And I met with her this spring, and she was about to graduate and go on to high school. And I said, what have you discovered about her identity? And she said, I have to be who I am, and I have to help my grandparents understand me. But she got into a prestigious art school for high school, and that's where she is now. I went to Doncaster, England. I met this young woman, Arina Barashkova, who's Latvian. I said, what's your passion? She said, my passion is visual art. And I said, okay, what are your strengths? And she said, I'm really good with color and really good at blending. I see color that other people don't see. I said, can you show me an example? She said, can I get you my portfolio? I said, sure. So she brought her portfolio and she showed me this drawing. And I thought, oh my goodness, she is really good with seeing color and blending color. And everything I looked at in her portfolio was like this. It had this power of capturing color that you wouldn't normally see in a student. And I said, Arina, what is your growth edge? And she said, black and white. I've been working in color so long, and my teacher is making me shift to black and white, and I'm totally freaked out. I said, how are you doing with your growth edge? She said, here's my painting in black and white. Here's my drawing in black and white. I'm really working on it. I thought, yes, you are working on your growth edge. It makes me so excited to see that passion. She said, but you should meet my friend Rosie. Her growth edge is drawing people underwater with light on them. It's a crazy, specific growth edge, but she's obsessed with it. And she's doing all these paintings of people underwater. And I thought, now I have to meet Rosie. Students who are passionate about their work is the coolest thing of all. And I'm going to end in South Australia with this young man. This is my last story for you today. This young man is named Sam. And when I met him, he was a high school student about the age of many of you in the audience. And I met Sam, and he said, Mr. Berger, the first thing you need to know about me is that I am not neurotypical. I said, good to know, Sam. He said, I am neurodivergent. Do you know what that means? And I said, I do, Sam. I have many friends who are neurodivergent. He said, it means I'm on the autism spectrum, and social things are not easy for me. And I said, thank you for being so direct with me, Sam. But I have some questions for you. Do you have a passion? And he said, my passion is popcorn. I said, again? He said, my passion is popcorn. I make my own popcorn. He said, since I was a little kid, I've been obsessed with popcorn. He said, do you know how some people who are autistic are really obsessed with something and really good at it? I said, I do know that. He said, well, I'm obsessed with popcorn and I'm really good at making it. He said, it started when I was 10 and I started making my own popcorn and selling it. And they put an article in the local paper. And now my popcorn is selling all around Australia. I said, are you making money from your popcorn? He said, I have 147 distributors currently. I said, can I ask how much money your popcorn is bringing in? And he said, Mr. Berger, that is proprietary information. And I said, can you give me just a sense? And he said, well, if it helps you at all, I donated 40,000 Australian dollars to charity last year from my proceeds. So clearly you know I'm making more than $200,000 per year of gross income. But I won't tell you exactly the figures. And I thought, oh my goodness, this kid's in high school. He's bringing in hundreds of thousands of dollars of gross income. He's neurodivergent and using his difference to make good for the world, giving away $40,000 to charity when he's 16 years old. And then when I was leading a teacher group for teachers, I noticed a woman eating Sam's popcorn. And I said, I got to meet Sam. And she said, I'm his mother. Who do you think drives him to 147 distributors? Because he doesn't drive. I said, he told me he has a commercial van. And she said, yeah, I'm driving it. She said, I want him to get even more rich so he can hire a driver. And then I realized, oh, she looks just like Sam, of course. So the end of the message is, it doesn't matter who you are if you have that passion for doing great and beautiful work. Sam is a neurodivergent student, a student that many people would have said he's autistic. What potential does he have? And he's donating $40,000 to charity every year through his brilliant work. I am so honored to be here where Beaconhouse schools have changed the lives of millions of students, the kinds of alums you saw here today. It's totally inspirational for me. And I'll be taking the stories from Pakistan to share all around the world, wherever I travel now, of the beautiful work that you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron, for inspiring us with your powerful vision and for reminding us of the profound impact educators can create. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Beaconhouse, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to both our distinguished keynote speakers. We would like to present a token of appreciation to them. I will first invite Mr. Richard Gerber to thank him for sharing his wisdom, passion, and vision for the future of education. To honor, may I request our CEO, Mr. Qasim Kasuri, to join us on stage to present a souvenir to Mr. Gerber. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Do we have a souvenir to
Yes,
present?
yes, please. May we have the souvenir, please? Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, please. Thank you, Mr. Kasuri. Now, a token of appreciation for Mr. Ron Berger, a true champion of craftsmanship and authentic student work. To do the honors, I'd request Mr. Nasir Kasuri to please join us on stage and present a token of appreciation to Mr. Ron Berger. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we now turn to the voices that carry us forward, our students. Voices of the Future features young change makers who are redefining what it means to learn, lead, and create impact. I'd like to call Mr. Ron Berger once again on stage to do the lightning talks with the students. Lightning talk by Mr. Ron Berger.
So instead of talking today, I want to hear from students here. I am so happy to have 1,000 Beaconhouse stars here in the room. I'm interested in what your questions are for me as I work with students all over the world. What are the kinds of things you'd like to ask about your work, about the beautiful work I just spoke about student passions, or about work in America? So I don't know how we'll handle questions coming up, but I'm here. This is just a quick Q&A of what questions do you have from the sharing I just did?
Hello. Assalamu alaikum.
Mr. Ron, am I audible? Yeah. All right, Mr. Ron, first of all, thank you so much for the work that you've done for education throughout the world. Considering the mandate of this session is Rethinking Education, I wanted to ask you about the role of artificial intelligence in the coming age of education, considering it is going to be a big part of everyone's lives over here. So my exact question is, will we be able, or do you foresee in the future that education will be able to personalize education for students? As we saw earlier, the skills of each and every student were specific to them. Some were good at arts, some were good at studies, some were maybe not so good at studies. So will we be able to utilize artificial intelligence to personalize those education for each of those students? Do you foresee such a future?
Wow, what a great question. I love that it's coming from a student, because all of us in education are trying to figure out how artificial intelligence is going to change this world, the world of education and the world we all live in, and none of us know for sure. So all of you students, your guesses are as good as any of us as adults about how things will change with AI, but I can tell you some of my feelings about it. Many teachers around the world that I meet see AI as only a danger. What if our students use AI to do their papers? What if they use AI to do their mathematics? What if they won't learn anything? Those are real dangers. But I see AI as a potentially great tool to do beautiful work. When I had my students test the water of everyone in my community, everyone's well in town, the work they did would not have been possible without a computer. 50 years earlier, they could not have done that work. They needed to use a computer to analyze all of those data, tens of thousands of pieces of data for each family. I see AI in exactly the same way. I hope all of you Beaconhouse students begin using AI for good as a part of significant projects that you can contribute to the world with. And I think the challenge for us as teachers and school leaders is, how do we design ways in which assessments are not dependent on whether AI is used or not? We should not only be giving assignments that if kids use AI, it ruins the assignment. It pushes us to give a whole different kind of assignment. So let me connect it to project-based learning for you. There are teachers around the world who are right now saying, because of AI, I can never give my students work to do outside the classroom because I don't trust them, because I worry they may use AI. I can't give them problem sets, I can't give them essays to do, I can't give them poems to write, because how will I know if they wrote it or AI did it? And so what they've done instead is they make their students write by hand in a book in front of them in class for all of their work, because that's the only way they can trust them. I think that's crazy. I want students to do powerful, important project work, and I want them to use AI just like we all will and all already do. But I want there to be systems where students can show you their thinking and their work, like the Austin's butterfly system. Let me give a very specific example. My grandson, I have grown grandchildren, my grandson's fiance creates this is a strange thing, I'm sorry. She creates costumes for anime and manga. So she creates costumes like Japanese cartoons, and she competes in worldwide competitions at Comic-Con conferences, getting on stage in the costumes that she creates. And she wins those big fake checks, giant checks for $10,000 or $5,000. And I asked her, how do they know that you didn't just go online and buy that costume? How do they know you actually made it? And she said, oh, I have to submit a build book, a book with a picture of everything I did when I built this costume. And the judges sit there in front of me with my build book, and they ask me tough questions about why I made this decision, why I made that decision, why I used this material, why I used this kind of stitching, why I built in LED lights in this part of it. AI could have created that build book, but I could not have been able to answer any of their questions if I had not actually done the work. And immediately I realized we can do just as complex and exciting projects with kids as we ever did. We just need them to collect evidence along the way. And we need to meet with those students and say, why did you make this choice in your project? Why did you make that choice? Why did you use AI in this way at this point? So I have a very different sense of trusting students. I want to trust students to do brilliant and beautiful work. I want them to use AI, and I want them to keep evidence so that when we talk to them about their project, they can share how they made brilliant decisions and how they used AI as part of that process. That's a really great question.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abiha Fatima. I'm an A-level student of Beaconhouse Margila campus. The stories that you shared were phenomenal, and my question is that we've been taught to study one way since centuries, this one traditional way. How do you think that we can blend creativity into our daily lives and change that traditional system?
How do we change this? I'm sorry, let me make sure I understand.
How do you think we can blend creativity into the traditional system that we've been taught, the marking system?
Yeah. So I spend all of my time traveling around the world, meeting with teachers and school leaders who are not like Beaconhouse teachers and leaders, who are only doing traditional learning. They're not using projects. They're not empowering kids and giving kids power to make great decisions like you can at Beaconhouse. And they're very afraid to take a risk. They're very afraid to trust students to do beautiful work. And I tell them to start small and try one thing. So here's a story that I share with them. It's going to sound like a story that's not connected to education, but I will bring it back for you. My father worked at the same job for 47 years. He worked at a chemical plant in America. And back in the old days in America, if you worked at the same job forever, you got a pension, and then you could live off your pension. The world is a little different now. So he worked at the same job for 47 years, and he said, someday I'm going to retire, and your mother and I are going to get to travel to other countries. And so he retired after 47 years working at a chemical plant at age 68. Unfortunately, he only lived 1 year. He died at age 69 of a heart attack. But that 1 year was the best year of his life because he and my mother had money, he had a pension, they got to travel for the first time to other countries. And he called me up and he said, Ron, you have to come to our home because we just went to Europe and we have so many pictures and we have to show you these pictures. So I got in my truck and I drove to their home. If you're young in this room, you won't remember this time, but there was a time when pictures did not live on a phone. They lived actually as a piece of an actual photograph. And so they had these photographs all over their house on every table and every chair and every couch, photographs of Europe. And they were so excited to share them with me. And I started looking at these photographs and I noticed something strange, which was that every photograph was framed by a train window and they were all a little blurry. And then I said, what's this photograph? And they said, well, that's a cathedral, or that's a church, or that's a castle, that's a city in Switzerland. No, maybe it was Italy. No, maybe it was France. No, maybe it was Switzerland. They actually could not remember anything of where their pictures were taken. And I said, how many countries did you go to? And they said, well, it was a package trip. It was 14 countries in 12 days. I said, so you're pretty much on the train the whole trip. And they were like, well, not only, but mostly, yeah. And I had this epiphany because I thought, what if they had only seen 5 countries? What if they had gotten off the train in Italy and been able to have a great Italian meal and gone to the Uffizi Gallery in Firenze and seen beautiful artwork? And they would have come back so excited about Italy. But they didn't have that opportunity because they were always on that train. And I realized that was my entire education from kindergarten to university was being on that train. We never slowed down. We never had the chance to get deep. We never had the chance to do something beautiful. And it just went by the window. We memorized things. We took the test. They were gone. The quadratic formula went and gone. The dates of wars, the dates of civilizations, the names of presidents, they came and went. They came and went. I forget them all now. And at the end of the journey, when I was ready to go to university, it was all a blur. And I thought, I'm not going to do that to my students. I'm going to stop the train in Italy or Switzerland and let them do a project, let them do something beautiful, let them learn something deeply. And so when I speak to teachers or leaders who say, but we need to do the traditional curriculum, we need to do the traditional learning only, we can't ever stop that, I say, I'm not telling you to stay in Italy. I'm just saying stop the train a few times this year. Let your students do something deep and something well. Doesn't have to be everywhere. I only got to see 2 Beaconhouse schools yesterday, but they were brilliant. And so I did not have that problem because I saw beautiful work on the walls and I saw beautiful thinking in classrooms where things were slowing down and where kids were going deep. But that's not the case in most of the world. And so getting off that train is the story I share with them. It's a really great question. All right, let's do one more question.
Yes, I was going to say, students, I know that you all have questions to ask. You can share them with me later on, and we'll send them across to Mr. Berger. But right now, we just have time for one more question.
Yeah.
Critique often leads to a sense of objectivity or normality. If Picasso was criticized, would his art be as unique? If we take Austin's Butterfly as an example, the critique happened to make it as close to the original photo as they could. The question then becomes, how can we create an environment or an atmosphere of critique and personalized learning while also not hampering creatives and creativity and like having personalization still be there?
Let me get the question one more time.
What I'm saying is how can we have critique or like atmosphere of critique whilst also prioritizing creativity and individuality among students as well?
Okay, so I will end in saying I am a really big fan of critique because that's how we get better at anything. If you look at students that are practicing instruments for a concert, if you look at students who are practicing their football for a game, if you look at students who are practicing for a play or a debate, it's constant critique from each other, from the coach, from trainers, from musicians, from directors. It's constant critique. We live and get better from critique. We do less of it in the classroom than we could because it's everywhere else in our lives. And so I think we need to bring that spirit into the classroom, just like on the football pitch, just like when you're getting ready for an orchestra concert or a play or a debate or any kind of event in life. The only way to get better is to have other people be able to use kind, specific, and helpful advice for you. Those are my 3 rules of critique: be kind, be specific, and be helpful. So we need to have classrooms where there's an environment of trust, where the teacher is there to make sure kids aren't hurting each other's feelings, and we have to run critique sessions and have kids do informal critique all the time, and we have to have the academic courage to receive critique from our peers. We'll never get better at things if we're not willing to take critique. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ron. Thank you, students. Your questions actually helped us. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we are near the close of this extraordinary celebration, it is my privilege to invite Mr. Nasir Kasuri, Chief Executive Officer, Beaconhouse International College and Beaconhouse Energy Limited, to deliver the vote of thanks. Mr. Nasir Kasuri.
Mrs. Nasreen Kasuri, Chairperson, Beaconhouse School System, Mr. Qasim Kasuri, CEO, Board of Directors, colleagues, speakers, guests, and students. Firstly, thank you everyone for being here today. What an inspiring day, filled with ideas, dialogue, and reflection. A fitting celebration of 50 years of Beaconhouse and our shared journey of learning and leadership. I would like to thank our incredible teachers, school leaders, and staff for their tremendous contribution. Without you, Beaconhouse would be just bricks and mortar. You are the very heart of this organization and the reason that we have reached these 50 years. So thank you so much for everything you've done. A heartfelt thanks to our chief guest, the Honorable Acting President of Pakistan, Mr. Yusuf Raza Gilani, for honoring us with his presence and recognizing the vital role of education in shaping Pakistan's future. A deep gratitude to our chairperson and my mother, Mrs. Nasreen Mahmood Kasuri, whose vision 50 years ago created the foundation of what is Beaconhouse today. And a sincere appreciation to our Chief Executive, Mr. Qasim Kasuri, for leading Beaconhouse confidently into the age of AI, sustainability, and innovation. Many thanks to all of our speakers, roundtable contributors, and moderators for thought-provoking insights. And of course, to our partners, guests, local and international, for joining us for this amazing celebration. Today's roundtable discussions have laid the groundwork for focused Beaconhouse think tanks that will carry forward the ideas shared here today. Each think tank will explore one of the strategic areas identified, from AI and digital transformation to sustainability, inclusion, and well-being. These groups will contribute to collaborate, refine strategies, and help translate today's dialogue into action across all of our schools and communities. As we enter an era of unprecedented transformation due to modern technology, the conversations within these working groups will help us determine what the direction of our educational institutions is going to be in the 21st century. In Beaconhouse already, there has been a transition away from pure academics to a more holistic approach towards education. Our curriculum has been updated to have a greater focus on areas like environmental sustainability and on inculcating skills like creativity, critical thinking, and communication. As an organization, we are not just talking about critical issues affecting the world, we're also trying to do our part to address them. Beaconhouse recently inaugurated its National Tree Plantation Drive by working with the CDA to plant 5,000 trees in F9 Park, but this is just the beginning. We've already planted 1.5 million saplings on farmland in Kasur, which will be transplanted over the next year to its final resting place, to its final home across Pakistan. And our students are going to be deeply involved in this initiative. They are going to be planting these trees and really playing a core role in chalking out a more sustainable future for the country. So something we're very, very excited about. As proud as we are of our last 50 years, we equally recognize that there are perhaps even greater challenges to come. In a country with 26 million out-of-school children, and with those in school not getting adequate education, we want to play a role in reducing education inequity. We already have a number of initiatives in place to address these challenges, from training government school teachers to managing government schools in Gujranwala, to working with Teach for Pakistan, one of Pakistan's leading education NGOs, to provide exceptional teaching staff to government schools, and much, much more. The next 50 years will inshallah see Beaconhouse play an even greater role as a change agent for the entire country, not just for its students. Before ending, I'd like to extend a special thanks to the SOT team for months of planning and flawless execution. Amazing job, guys. Went really, really well. Gratitude also to the production, technical, and venue teams for ensuring that everything went smoothly. As we mark 50 years, let's carry forward the spirit of collaboration, curiosity, and purpose that is defined today. May the next 50 years be even more transformative for our learners, our teachers, and our communities. Thank you all for being here, and safe travels. Thank you.
As we bring this momentous day to a close, we extend our deepest gratitude to our chairperson, the leadership team, our distinguished guests, speakers, partners, teachers, and students, the true heartbeat of Beaconhouse. Today, we celebrated 50 remarkable years of learning, leadership, and innovation, and reaffirmed our shared commitment to shaping the next 50. With the same courage to question, the passion to innovate, and the purpose to rethink education for a changing world. Thank you for being part of SOT 18, the 50th anniversary edition. Here's to the journey ahead and to a future of endless possibilities. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to let everybody know very quickly that in Mrs. Kasuri's speech today, she dedicated some buildings to, not buildings, facilities and infrastructure, libraries, auditoriums to some outstanding people who have contributed to Beaconhouse over the years. But we did not mention which facilities those are. So the list of the facilities and the names of the people to whom they're being dedicated will inshallah be announced at SOT 19 in Lahore on the 29th and 30th of December, which also happens to be Nasir's birthday, by the way. The 29th anyway. Okay, thank you very much.